Welcome to part 2.
Saturn cosmology. Central to a reconstruction of ancient planetary history is the acknowledgement of the primacy of the planet Saturn. This has come about through comparative mythology studies. In modern times, has been promulgated by David Talbott in his book, The Saturn Myth, published in 1980. This important detective work and its later iterations by other scholars have furthered an understanding on a planetary arrangement completely different than today. There are now extensive writings and a number of videos that flesh out this evidence. The most significant one to date is Talbott's Symbols of an Alien Sky. It is a heartwarming and eye-opening view of a missing chapter in Earth's history, and I would totally suggest watching that if you haven't already seen it. And even watching it a couple of times is good. This reality is one of the most important memories of the ancient world. The era when Saturn reigned was a time when Earth was bathed in the light and warmth. According to many myths, humans had abilities far beyond what we have today. We could talk with the animals, had a radiant light body, could levitate or fly, and the veil between life and death was slight. The best reconstruction so far, Saturn was the central illuminating body that sat nearly motionless in the heavens above the North Pole. Saturn was our original sun, a sub-brown dwarf star that itself came to orbit around our current sun. Depending on which Saturnian theorist you embrace, Saturn either carried with it or recaptured the other solar planets in a sub- or suprapolar conjunction. The planets strung out like beads on a piece of hanging wire or twine, the whole edifice orbiting around the sun. Saturn was in the middle with Neptune above, and then Uranus with its tippy axis at the topmost. According to Talbott, immediately below Saturn was Venus, then Mars, and then Earth. Janot Cook, another Saturnian, has Mercury in a place of Venus, with Venus off to the side of Saturn, connected by a curved plasma stream. This was the rib that Adam, Saturn, broke from his body to create Eve, Venus. Most Saturnians recognize that the superhot electrified Venus was born out of Saturn through some unexplained eruption, and that sometime in its early existence Venus acted like a renegade comet. Emanuel Velikovsky thought that Venus emerged from Jupiter, but this appears to be an error according to most, and there are some who've speculated that's why the red spot exists. Many Saturnians hesitate to put a date on it, but tend to agree that Venus was hatched either prior or early during what Talbott calls the era of the gods, when Saturn enjoyed its prominence. This period was the Greek Golden Age, the Hebraic Garden of Eden. This massive Saturn-entrained conjunction that lasted more than 1,000 years, and possibly much longer, can be seen represented in the ubiquitous images of the so-called Venus figurines, aka the Michelin tire man with the bulbous curves. These curves were the outlines of the glow mode plasma comas that enveloped each planet. What a sight for our ancestors to contemplate and render and sculpture down through the ages. No wonder that we embraced this vision in the abode of the gods, for the gods were the planets, and we watched and learned from them with reverence. Everything they did, we desired to reenact. as above, so below.
Oh, how
Was
I
our
hate
human
that
motto.
part.
Saturn cosmology can be broke down into 3 periods. The middle being the great reign of benevolence,
I can't change
when
it.
the massive planetary conjunction was most stable and the skies had cleared so humans
I
could
actually
see
meant to
what
play
was
the
going
other
on.
one.
For Saturnians, the beginning of this period is recognized as the time of
Oh, well.
creation, the basis for most indigenous creation myths. Prior to this time, there are a few different credible scenarios on how this formation came in being. They each explain how Saturn came to be influenced by the Sun, having been captured by it, and possibly assisted by the agency of a massive Jupiter, which was never part of the Saturn system. This situation is worthy of added study, as the subject is beyond the scope of this video. This early history, with Saturn's possible role in previous era-ending Earth catastrophes, is a fascinating topic. Certainly at the end of the last ice age, 12,000 years ago, something spectacular occurred with Saturn to cause the massive megafauna species to die off. Further back, it is possible to conjecture that Saturn had a hand in the other mass extinction periods, if it was an influence that came and went periodically through the solar system.
Issues about which David and I disagreed concerned the proto-Saturnian configuration. As I, together with other colleagues of mine, have posited, this configuration involved 3 planets, Venus, Mars and Earth, in a linear configuration that was axially strung along the Birkeland current emanating from proto-Saturn's southern pole. Not only that, but taking our cue from Ralph Jurgens, some of us have accepted that this configuration had been travelling outside the demarcation of the solar system before it penetrated the Sun's heliospheric boundary on its way towards the Sun. It is not that David himself did not agree with this. In fact, he did. As he pointed out to me towards the end of 2010, such a configuration could only have existed while it was travelling through the Sun's heliosphere. Prior to that, while it had still been outside the solar system, the configuration's planetary brood would have been in equatorial orbit around proto-Saturn. The mathematical calculations he conducted led him to believe that the transformation of the equatorially orbiting planets into a linear configuration would have taken 80 years maximum to 30 years minimum. Having visited Lynn Rose in Casa Grande, Arizona in October of the same year, David said he had debated this concept with him and that Rose was in total agreement with him. As I pointed out to David in February of the following year, Rose's agreement on this issue surprised me, since throughout the years he had been vociferously adamant that at no time would the proto-Saturnian configuration have ever achieved polar linearity. Rose and I had debated this point for years, and unless David misunderstood him, it was heartening to hear that he had finally accepted it, even if only for the relatively short duration of the configuration's passage through the heliosphere. Truth be told, however, Rose's view and David's had earlier been proposed by Wallace Thornhill. Allow me, however, to backtrack a little. This is a photo Dwight took of me at the 1995 centenary celebration of Velikovsky's birth in New York. We had a lot of fun together, Dave and I, on that trip. Allow me, however, to backtrack a little. As I had stated back in 1978, this axial planetary coupling had been the greatest stumbling block in my own unravelling of the proto-Saturnian scenario. As far as I knew at that particular time, there were no such coupled bodies known from anywhere in the universe. Worse than that, I was also under the false impression that celestial mechanics, as then known, would not allow for such coupling. Despite bold attempts by others to solve this problem, I could never accept any of the theoretical underpinnings they proposed for such linearity. And yet, that such linear formations did exist in space eventually came to me through the discovery of the jetting star designated as HD 163296 that I had come across while browsing through the internet. I had actually circulated a photograph of this formation that included 3 objects strung along its axial jet during the private roundtable discussion by the speakers at the Chronia Communications World Conference held in Portland, Oregon in September 2000. That was an unforgettable meeting. Unfortunately, the astrophysicist Halton Arp, who was also present, mistook the photograph for the controversial runaway body that was said to be streaming away from the double star system known as TMR1, which he therefore brushed away as irrelevant to the discussion that was taking place. I was, however, very elated when, during the same round of discussions, Arp himself declared that linear formations are not uncommon in the cosmos. When, a month later, I asked him what linearly coupled formations he had in mind, he referred me to Herbig-Haro objects, concerning which he himself had already published 2 photographs of the one designated as HH34. He was actually apologetic when I told him that the photograph of HD 163296 that I had circulated in Portland delineated just such an object, spurting star. Although the first of these formations had been detected in the 19th century, the discoverer Shelburne Wesley had no idea what it was he had discovered. It was not until the independent studies by George Herbig and Guillermo Haro, for whom the objects became named, that by the 1940s these formations began to be understood as possible stellar formative structures. Let no one think that these objects are rare throughout our galaxy. There are actually hundreds of them, maybe even more. More than that, and this is what had attracted me to these objects in the first place, the system associated with HD 163296, the picture of which I had circulated at the Cronia conference, was actually labelled by NASA as a young planetary system. Once this confusion between ARP and I was settled, in other words, once he realised that he had mistaken the photograph I had circulated for an entirely different object, he let me know that he too was of the opinion that planets could be formed through stellar ejected axial currents. As he explained, and this is a quote, "The HH objects, Herbig-Haro objects, indeed show luminous knots obviously ejected in a line from a central source. I included a picture of HH34 in my book, Seeing Red. The purpose of that inclusion is to demonstrate that such ejections happen on both galactic and stellar scales in the universe." And he has in italics, "I personally consider the outrageous possibility that planets could originate in such fashion also." End of quote. Although ARP gave me permission to divulge the views he expressed to me in private, he was also adamant to keep his musings in context. Thus, to be fair, none of the above is to say that ARP agrees with the Proto-Saturnian scenario. Stellar collimated bipolar outflows, also known as jets, similar to the Birkeland current axis that joined the planets in the Proto-Saturnian configuration, are now known to be common in interstellar space. They are, in fact, part and parcel of Herbig-Haro objects. Cosmic linearity, however, is not to be encountered merely in Herbig-Haro objects. Comets, too, have been known to exhibit linear formations. One of the best examples of such cometary configurations was dramatically displayed in July 1994, when comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 broke into 21 fragments that ended up strung out like pearls on a string, before catastrophically ploughing into the planet Jupiter. It was in fact this comet that Wallace Thornhill has been promoting as an example of the manner in which the Proto-Saturnian system could have been linearly formed. Just as it was Jupiter's gravitational pull that was responsible for the fragmentation of the comet and the stretching of those fragments into their now famous lineup, so also, according to Thornhill, was the Sun's heftier attraction responsible for the breakup of the Proto-Saturnian system into its linear planetary configuration. And as already noted, this was the reasoning that David Salkeld adhered to too. Comets, however, need not fragment in order to resolve themselves into a string of linear formations. As Marinus van der Sluis has brought to the attention of his readers in relation to this subject, comets can sprout as many as 3 separate tails. Those tails, designated as type 1, can sometimes exhibit bright knots of condensed matter strung out along their rectilinear emissions. Fair enough, with or without such condensed lumps, comets remain denizens of the solar system and thus subjected to the Sun's influence. Yet how much different is that from Herbig-Haro objects, which are subjected to the influence of their host stars? Would not the planets that were linearly aligned within Proto-Saturn's axial current have also been subjected to their host star before they were disrupted by our present Sun on entry into the solar system's sphere of influence? As it finally had to be admitted, the most important aspect of the Herbig-Haro phenomenon is arguably the unique insights which it has provided into the processes that lead to the formation of stars. That leads to the ejection of quasars from galaxies. As Brian Hills points out, this is an unorthodox idea, but one that is slowly gaining ground. As he explains, and I quote, "The ejection process usually involves shooting pairs of quasars in opposite directions out from the active centre of the galaxy along the poles of the galaxy. Indeed, pairs of quasars in the central galaxy often lie on a straight line. As ARP himself found reason to ask, if stars and quasars can be ejected in this manner, why not planets? And that, to be sure, was quite a daring proposal, even by one who, for other reasons, had already been ostracised from the scientific community. Planetary systems outside our own solar one were still considered somewhat hypothetical at the time Ralph Jurgens considered Earth to have belonged to just such an array. Today, multiple planet systems are held to be quite common, beyond the Sun. Some of these systems, which may have been spawned by brown dwarf stars, have been described as bizarre configurations. As far as the accepted theory is concerned, planets coagulated out of the debris, said to be mainly dust and gas, contained in circumstellar disks. What was being discovered in exoplanetary systems, however, was turning this theory, known as core accretion, on its head. If planets were really formed out of circumstellar disks, they should end up circling in the same direction as their host star's rotational vector. On the contrary, quite a few exoplanets were found to be orbiting in the opposite direction of their host star, which astronomers at the European Southern Observatory consider a serious challenge to current theories of planet formation. Not only that, but newer models of planet formation keep being upset by newer discoveries. As Hal Levison, then at the Southwest Research Institute in Boulder, Colorado, stated, and I quote him word for word, "These models are crap. They may be the best we can do, but they are still crap." End of quote. And yet, while he criticises the prevailing core accretion model, he continues to champion it, believing that it only needs to become more sophisticated. Where have we heard all this before? Enough, the replicated system was merely a computerised artificiality. It closely resembled what astrophysicists observe in real stellar jets, and that's a quotation, and has therefore been touted as one of the greatest astrophysical experiments that's ever been done. According to the Nobel laureate Hans Alfvén, it is vast magnetic vortices in space operating through what is known as a pinch effect that draws plasma together to form not only galaxies and galaxy clusters, but also stars and planets. And it is the jet-embedded knots in question, more correctly known as plasmoids, that evolve into planetesimals and eventually into planets. Judging by what has been and continues to be discovered in the world's Arctic regions, a stationary source of heat located in Earth's north celestial pole is not only called for, but has actually been implied by mainstream paleontologists. And in order for this stationary source of heat to accomplish all that is being discovered, it needs to have been in existence since day one. I will not say that I would have been able to convince David concerning all of this had he not left us so unexpectedly. There are others who have accepted the proto-Saturnian scenario without having yet been convinced of this particular stance.
Very similar set to atmospheric physics. The temperature here for this hot Jupiter is 1100 Kelvin, which sits within the regime of the temperatures that you get for brown dwarfs. So the physics are common, but for brown dwarfs you get really high signal noise data, whereas for exoplanets you don't get high signal noise data. So they're a great laboratory for understanding the kinds of things that you might expect to see for exoplanets, or the kinds of processes that are probably happening for exoplanets.
The cradle of life goes back to the idea of the Garden of Eden period in man's memory. If you're a satellite orbiting within that anode glow, and this is not an outrageous idea because astronomers have suggested the same thing for red giants, that planets could actually orbit within that star because the atmosphere is such low density. In fact, we orbit in the sun's atmosphere, if you like, and it doesn't cause us any trouble. But within that glowing shell, the radiant energy received from that envelope is constant over the entire globe. The light from the plasmasphere is not reflected light, it's radiant energy. Brown dwarfs radiate blue and ultraviolet light, even though they are cool at a temperature around 950 K. This is further evidence that we are looking at a mix of an electrical red anode glow and coronal ultraviolet blue end of the spectrum. There are no seasons, no tropics, and no ice caps. A planet does not have to rotate, its axis can point in any direction, and its orbit can be eccentric, and you'll still get this beautiful, even temperature over the whole body. The radiant energy received by the planet will be strongest at the blue and red ends of the spectrum, so photosynthesis, which relies on red light, would be very active. The skylight would be a pale purple, which maybe is referred to by the classical purple dawn of creation. And I know that in Canberra we have this new arboretum, which is fantastic, and all of the new trees that are being planted are put in red plastic to start with. And I asked the head of the arboretum why they did that, and he said the plants grow much better in red light. Water molecules dominate the spectra of brown dwarfs. So you want to know where the Earth's water came from? The light on Earth was dim and purplish amid a continuous mist of water. No other bodies in the system were visible. And this is what Dave mentioned yesterday. This explains the abundant water on Earth and many satellites of the gas giant planets and the rings of Saturn. And the red light, warmth and water was ideally suited for giant ferns. It explains the gigantic lush vegetation found at the poles, fossilised as coal. Now, the problem faced by life on planets orbiting a red star, I think you saw last night, which was this flaring red dwarf. So this tendency to flare up is a problem. The reason for this is that, as I said, the red stars don't have the current regulation afforded by the bright photosphere. So the response of a red star to a sudden electrical disturbance in their environment is to shed charged matter in a flare-up. They may also change in apparent size as the anode glow accommodates to the electrical environment. I think this would account for the great dyings in the geological record and the episodic deposit of vast sediment and mineral layers on the Earth, and on other bodies too. Every body that's been looked at is layered. What's more, it explains for the first time the oceans of salty water on Earth. Comets cannot be responsible because they have little or no water and little or no sodium chloride. Now, just see how much of this I want to show you, because we saw this yesterday, so I might skip. This is referring to that super flare you saw yesterday, and you remember the astrophysicist said anyone who was on a planet orbiting that star at the time would be having a very bad day. Well, I think the Earth has had its bad days, and they're reflected in the geological record. So we'll skip that. The mass extinctions. As I said, those flare-ups can be so drastic that it would practically wipe out the life on any existing life on those satellites of that dwarf star. Ironically, intelligent life can't communicate through such a plasma shell using radio waves. So the lack of intelligible radio signals in the SETI project is understandable. In fact, denizens of such worlds would most likely be unaware of the universe at large. Now, astronomers also submit that orbiting a red dwarf is possibly one of the best places to look for life. What they've never considered is orbiting inside a red dwarf. A recent report of a spotty brown dwarf which suggests there are things orbiting within that red anode sheath, causing a dimming of the glow behind wherever that satellite happens to be. They're calling it weather, but of course if it's an anode glow it has nothing to do with weather. So this is a picture of the brown dwarf proto-Saturn as I see it. Now there would have been many more bodies than you see there, but I've included Mars and Earth and proto-Saturn because they're the main players at this stage. 50% of red dwarfs have Earth-sized planets in their conventional habitable zone. This suggests there are a large number hidden inside the red star's glow. And you can say that too because our gas giants all have large numbers of satellites orbiting quite closely. But you'll note there is no Venus at this stage. Gigantism. It wasn't just pterodactyls that struggled to get up off the ground. Scaling of muscle and bone strength shows that dinosaurs could not have raised their bodies off the ground in today's gravity. For them to move about, Earth's gravity needed to be about 1/3 of today's. Global extinction and fossilization requires far more than a simple impact. Clearly, we have no understanding of the cause of gravity.
There are quite a few things that lead me to believe that this is a likely event. One of them is axial tilt families. Saturn, Mars, the Earth are about 4 degrees varying from each other. Solar system is kind of a odd collection of planets with different axial tilts. I know that Venus is upside down and rotating clockwise, but it's hot and it's relatively a new planet, and it's very possible that when it was still in its formative phase, it got booted out of the Saturn system. But for Earth, Mars, and Saturn to have the same tilt is an indicator that they belong to the same family. I know there's a theory that the tilt of the Earth moved that caused an extinction event, but that's with the 4 billion year old story. And I guess it's possible that the tilt of the Earth could have moved while it was being displaced from Saturn and put into a place where it is now, going around the sun. You know, they say that life is stranger than fiction. And it would take a pretty good imagination to think of something like this happening. But to think that a planet started as a grain of dust and it accreted into a full-size planet with an atmosphere and water that was brought to it by comets that they don't find any water on is even harder for me to believe. When compared to the spin axis of the Sun, the spin axis of the planets fall into two groups. Jupiter, Mercury, and Venus all have their axis at about the same inclination as the axis of the Sun. The spin axis of Saturn and the planets Earth, Mars, and Neptune are all within less than 1 degree of 30.9 degrees different from the spin axis of the Sun. Mercury revolves at the equator of the Sun, but its orbit is understood to be an incline by 7 degrees from the ecliptic. Ecliptic is defined by the plane of the Earth's orbit. The inclination of the Earth's orbit deviates by 0 degrees from the ecliptic, but it's actually at an angle of 7 degrees to the Sun's equator. The discrepancies in the rotational axis of the planets show more clearly if they're all compared to the rotational axis of the Sun. So it's more than likely that either Saturn, Earth, and Mars came into the Sun's system, or perhaps it was the other way around. Maybe the Sun came in to the Saturn system. I think it's probably more than likely that Saturn was the interloper, because then you would have achieved the linear configuration that they're talking about. I don't see how that could have happened unless the Sun blew by and pulled the planets out. I suppose that could have happened. Maybe that is what happened. You know, that would explain why instead of Saturn receding away from the Sun, perhaps the Earth was being pulled from the Sun away from Saturn. I suppose that could be a scenario that would work. Either way, something had to have happened like this, because our solar system looks like a train wreck. Most of them have hot Jupiters really close to their Sun. Massive Jupiters give birth to rocky core planets. I think that scenario is a lot more believable than the one that is being sold to us. And then for gigantism to not be able to exist with today's gravity, then it would stand to reason that if the Earth once had less gravity, 2/3 less gravity, that's pretty significant. Gigantism would be a lot more likely, and that would mean people too. There's your fabled giants. I don't think that's a myth, I think that's true. And that would be totally in line with a smaller Earth that had less water and gravity. It might even explain how they could have put 100-ton blocks in precise locations in the Great Pyramid and Stonehenge too. And they were maybe copying what they saw in the sky. I know there's one star right now that looks like a stepped pyramid. And, you know, so those configurations that were in the sky, I can see how they could have influenced ancient man a lot more than with the sky we see today. Mainstream still does not seem to grasp that planets, such as the Earth, Titan, or Mars, could orbit inside the plasmasphere. They call it weather. Well, to an extent, that may be right. It would be weather for the planets inside, I suppose. Seems like it was a paradise lost. The more you learn about it, maybe that's where the whole term came from. Kicked out of the Garden of Eden. Makes complete sense to me. The only bad thing most likely would be that it occasionally flares. It doesn't have the prominence of a star like the Sun. When you think about it, you know, we lost a great thing, most likely. On the other hand, I don't think it would be all that great if it was dusk and raining all the time either. There wouldn't be no such thing as a sunny day. We wouldn't even be aware of the universe that surrounds us until we got to the space age. But I often wonder what that environment would be like between those two planets. It's pretty obvious that life once existed on Mars, a civilization of some sort. It could still be there for all we know. Something happened where Mars lost its atmosphere. Really makes you think, man. Could people fly between the two planets? It might sound weird or crazy, but it stimulates the imagination for sure. So the Earth must have been much smaller to have 1/3 the amount of gravity it has today. Everything was bigger. There was a lot more oxygen in the atmosphere. You know, still haven't found out where fresh water comes from, but how can it be that some water on Earth is salt water and some water is fresh? How come it just don't all get mixed up? Eventually, I think they'd all be somewhere. And dinosaurs, wow, them big massive creatures. Their sizes are beyond belief. I think that's why all children, including myself, were attracted to dinosaurs right off. And it's always the T-Rex, you know. Think about them things walking around. And then just think about how amazing it must have been and mind-blowing, mind-bending for that canopy to come open and, you know, ancient man witnessed the stars for the first time. And you got all these plasma formations around. It must have been a pretty crazy time to be alive. I could see why they would do the things they did. We're trying to wrap their heads around it. The idea of being on the menu isn't very appealing. 30-foot wingspan birds flying around scooping up people and eating them wouldn't be very appealing either. Honey, watch the kids. So I guess there's 6 to 1 and half dozen to another. That's what I would think. If I had my choice, well, I'd have to experience it there for a while. Humans, make them it'd be pretty tough to beat life on Earth. Teach them how to kill. For me.
All in all, what follows is a preview of a more comprehensive reconstruction yet to come that will unite the myths surrounding Jupiter and Saturn with the observations of modern astronomy, archaeology, and a growing number of interdisciplinary fields of study. Along the way, we shall meet a handful of Jovian alter egos from around the world, including Zeus, Baal, Indra, Marduk, Hadad, Amun-Re, Thor, Teshub, Bolontiku, Ninurta, and Ningirsu. Luminous details conserved across cultures in parallel patterns will help us establish a visual vocabulary that clearly denotes and differentiates Jovian references and associations previously obscured by Saturnian misidentifications. As old erroneous planetary identifications are laid to rest, a tighter chronology of planetary events may be established. And as the myths surrounding Jupiter and Saturn come to be viewed in proper perspective, as pre-literate cultural memories of actual historical circumstances, our modern-day beliefs, taboos, and superstitions long held over from former ages of catastrophe, might also be seen in a new light. An earlier binary arrangement of the solar system is widely speculated to have been dominated by Proto-Jupiter and the Sun. An ancient satellite sharing a common barycenter with the Sun, Proto-Jupiter was likely comparable to a sub-brown dwarf star and may have been in an inflated hot phase of development at this time. So-called hot Jupiters, giant planets with masses comparable to Jupiter, orbiting extremely close to their host stars, are quite numerous in nearby star systems. In light of the abundance of these hot Jupiters, it was recently proposed that Jupiter likewise formed in the innermost parts of the primeval solar system. While the Jupiter we know has since cooled off and is now parked safely far away, the very fact that hot Jupiters exist in other systems at all is very real and remarkable, and suggests that the bodies in our solar system were not necessarily formed where we find them today. Indeed, an unresolved issue long besetting the Nice model is its inability to account for Saturn's relatively late arrival in the context of Jupiter's early formation and evolvement. Simulations consistently suggest that Saturn must have been either strangely absent or relatively far removed at this time. Cicero famously ascribed an ancient, wide-ranging, boundless course to Saturn that eventually necessitated Jupiter's intervention. While the actual beginning of the drama is difficult to pinpoint, there was eventually a point at which the two giants approached each other closely. Echoing Ralph Jurgen's suggestion that Saturn was the invading star to a Sun-Jupiter binary, modern cosmologists now seem to concur. Initially far away, Saturn swiftly approached Jupiter, accelerating exponentially in a runaway migration towards the Sun. Perhaps Proto-Saturn was initially captured by the Sun from beyond heliopause, or perhaps Proto-Saturn had been ejected into a far-ranging solar orbit by an earlier interplanetary encounter, eventually swinging back around to perihelion like a comet, converging on Proto-Jupiter and the Sun. No matter how its inbound trajectory was originally initiated, Proto-Saturn would possess an accumulated charge potential befitting colder, more distant reaches of space. As such, Proto-Saturn would be likely to sport a preponderance of positive voltage with respect to the relatively low-voltage Sun-Jupiter binary. Thus, Proto-Saturn would eventually be captured by Jupiter and the Sun simply because their opposite charges would attract and draw them closer and closer together. The Saturnist model of Proto-Saturn as an extrasolar interloper with a grossly mismatched charge potential hence fills a distinct narrative void in the Nice model. The sudden jump in eccentricities had a drastic effect on the system as a whole. The Saturnian planets were wrenched out of polar alignment as their respective spin rates accelerated in response to the Saturn system's displaced forward momentum. The multi-resonant state was suddenly broken, permanently upsetting the primeval state of our solar system. No longer axially synchronized, individual charge sheets formed around each planet as the conjoined plasmasphere of Jupiter and Saturn subdivided, electrically isolating them from one another. Saturn was displaced from its polar position, and the gaseous envelope surrounding the Saturnian planets began to disperse. The Nice model notably suggests that the instability that our multi-resonant planetary system suffered was quite likely to be severe, given that the initial interplanetary separations were smaller. That is, when the initial planetary configuration is more compact, more interplanetary encounters will occur when the configuration is scattered. Outbound migrations will be rapidly excited and accelerated. The migrating planets will be driven more distantly from the original configuration, and the more spaced out with respect to each other will displaced planets eventually be. Earth appears to have been the furthest body below the conjoined orbits of the other Saturnian planets, Earth would have been a considerable distance vertically below Jupiter also. In such an arrangement, Earth and its synchronous Saturnian companions would pass by Jupiter roughly once with every yearly revolution around the Sun. A visually distorted Jupiter may have been occasionally visible in the north skies when Jupiter and Saturn were near conjunction. Under such conditions, Jupiter would have appeared as a bright upturned crescent, horn, or sickle backlit by the Sun. Trivia lore regarding the end of the Golden Age, the celestial mill revolving in the sky above Earth's North Pole churned out first gold, then salt, then sand and stones, before it finally sank into the sea. The Greeks specifically associated Kronos with blizzards of snow and hail, remembered as the planet god's weapons at war. The theme of Saturn being tied up or put in these chains specifically by Jupiter was also recalled globally. In Platonic lore, Kronos was put in chains by Zeus to restrain his boundless course and to bind him in the network of the stars. At the same time, it was said, Zeus also surrounded himself in bands and belts. In placing bonds about his father, he at the same time bound himself. By these means, Zeus bound himself subject to his own laws as well. This episode of the Jupiter-Saturn myth has of course been subsequently verified, first by telescope and later by robot videography. Saturn is indeed in chains and fetters. Jupiter is indeed shrouded in bands and belts. Surely, in distant times, these two great bodies must have been much closer to the Earth for their physical attributes to be so vividly and prominently presented. He defeated Saturn and the Sun by his brilliance, we are told in Vedic literature. It was then that Zeus became Lord of the bright skies. A stellar history for Jupiter was, in fact, much in vogue among mainstream astronomers through the 17th to 19th centuries, when popular astronomy famously speculated on the nature of Jupiter as a dark star. A hypothesis revived during the second half of the 20th century in light of the considerable implications suggested by data recovered from orbiting satellites and interplanetary explorers. Jupiter's wide-ranging variety of active emanations, infrared, radio, X-ray, and ultraviolet among them, have led others to consider Jupiter as a failed sun, or a star yet to be. Below Jupiter's glowing globe appeared a long beard, mantle, or cloak trailing all the way to the horizon below, a stupendous plume of plasma extending away from Jupiter's south geographic pole. This plasma expulsion would have been primarily an inflow of electrons, but simultaneously also an outflow of protons and other dissociated ions. Appearing as a steep, elongated cone, Jupiter's southern expulsion was also characterized as his royal mountain, or throne of glory. In the Kabbalah, this appearance is remembered as the long-bearded Arik Anpin, the extended countenance of the newly crowned star god. He let out his throne above, and stretched a part of his glory below. And the Ancient of Days did sit. His throne was fiery flame, and his wheels burning fire. For a cloak and armor of terror, with a fearsome halo his head was turbaned. On the other side of the world, Viracocha was similarly remembered as a tall, glowing, bearded man dressed in a long, flowing cloak, who came in a time of chaos to set the world to rights. In the following centuries, peoples throughout the world began constructing mountains of chalk and pyramids of stone, sometimes square, sometimes star-shaped, sometimes round, in the image of such polar plasma expulsions. These were the high places so often mentioned in the Hebrew books, on which the idolaters sacrificed to foreign gods. Much more recently, a comparable plasma expulsion has been witnessed emanating from both poles of protoplanetary nebula HD 44179. The distinct rungs or steps of this conical ejection are remarkably comparable to early pyramids, ziggurats, and mounds, and suggest that those imitative architectures were purposeful representations of what was visibly seen in the night skies by our ancestors here below. A smaller, less intense plasma discharge impinged at Jupiter's north geographic pole. This discharge appears to have bifurcated into two or more distinct flow vortices, broadening like plumes as they trailed away above the glowing globe. Seen from a distance, this expulsion was suggestive of horns, antennae, or a feather headdress. On some representations, these plasma plumes appear as wavering rays emanating from Jupiter's shoulders, such as in representations of Marduk. Even more impressive would have been the equatorial belts of glowing plasma within Jupiter's coma. The left and right cross-sections, where the toroid belts appeared most densely lit, stood out dramatically as two bright, watchful, and immobile eyes staring back at humankind. Eye icon figurines and amulets with dramatically glaring open eyes have been recovered in the Near East by the tens of thousands, and similar motifs are found as petroglyphs, as engravings on the walls of barrows, cave paintings, and other artifacts recovered globally. Identified by Anthony Peratt as a low-opacity torus, the most intense plasma currents would be concentrated at the center and be surrounded by a number of concentric shells. The fact that other facial features were less readily apparent was suggestive to some cultures of the god as wearing a mask or helmet. In later eras, this was further stylized as a totemic owl with garishly oversized eyes, sacred to Athena and Minerva, but also to Lilith and Moloch. The symbolism of the dreadful all-seeing owl has continued to mesmerize members of secret societies to this very day.
The kabongs are thick as flies around here.
Kabong!
Hey, watch it, will you, Quick Straw?
Gosh, I'm sorry, Baba Louie. I was overcome by a kabongin' frenzy.
Both gravitational attraction and electrical repulsion are functions of the inverse of the separating distance, the square of the distance for gravitation. But the magnetic field of Saturn within the plasmasphere would reshape the electrical field intensity to the apple shape of the magnetosphere of Saturn. Thus, only the gravitational attraction would be spherical. The electrical repulsion would be shaped by the magnetic lines of force within Saturn's plasmasphere, with a region of lower electrical potential, and thus lesser repulsive force. At the two dimple locations of the apple shape, at this location, neither force would overwhelm the other, and a stable balance point could be reached between the two planets. At a much greater separation, if the plasmaspheres of the two planets touch, they will reform to become a single enclosing plasmasphere. The planets will then sense each other's electrical charge and repulsive forces will result. Since both will be negative, this will be followed immediately by an induction of opposite voltages in one of the planets, resulting in a sudden increased difference in voltage between the two, causing an attractive electrical force between them, but also resulting in an attempt at charge equalization. Because of the voltage difference, electrical arcs or thunderbolts will pass between the two planets.
Groovy.
The electric universe almost suffices to explain just about every riddle that there is, and as we go on I can show you more of what I'm talking about. But another riddle is solved by this exchange of thunderbolts between the planets. Myths in the American Northwest that the Grand Canyon was carved out in a day. And Mars is known as the planet that had the closest approaches with Earth. So Mars and Earth would have exchanged thunderbolts, and the radiation that was released
Not according to the Iliad.
exchanges would have pretty much
would have
killed
been
anybody
Venus.
that was in the area to try to carve it into a rock. But if you just look at the Grand Canyon from space, you can see that it looks like it was carved out electrically. It even has taken on the shape of a barred spiral galaxy, and it's the same thing with galaxies, and right down to little experiments on a table in a garage. You can experiment pretty much anything. But this also explains the asteroids and comets that are out there floating around by the thousands. It's a much better explanation for them than for them to be leftovers and dirty snowballs, which we've already covered, and we know that they're not, that bring water. I mean, these planets were encased in brown dwarfs' plasma sheaths, and they were constantly being watered on, sediment, growing in atmosphere, and brown dwarfs are even admitted by mainstream that they have these qualities. So it's not really so far-fetched. It's a lot more believable than the accretion model. Also, in Phase 2, when Jupiter and Saturn created the vortex with the subpolar alignment, they would have been covered in what is said in the Jupiter myth as a phosphorescence, a rainy canopy. So it rained for a very long period of time, and all you got to do is take a look at the Sphinx, which very many archaeologists, well, alternative archaeologists, say that has been there for at least 26,000 years, for sure 12,000. So that explains your precipitation lines in the rock strata there. Plus it explains the water line on all the pyramids. A body of water sat there for a long time. The fact that the Milky Way is seen in the sky at an angle has always puzzled astronomers. If we originated from the Milky Way, we ought to be orientated to the galaxy's ecliptic, with the planets aligned around our Sun, in much the same angle as our Sun aligns with the Milky Way. Instead, as first suggested by researcher Matthew Perkins Irwin, the odd angle suggests that our Sun is influenced by some other system. Together with data from the 2-micron all-sky survey, we now know what it is. We actually belong to the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy. We sifted several thousand interesting stars from a catalog of 500 million. By turning our maps of the sky to the right kind of star, the Sagittarius jumped into view. Both stars and star clusters now in outer parts of the Milky Way have been stolen from Sagittarius. I guess they don't take into consideration that our solar system was in a car accident. For only a few percent of its 240 million year orbit around the Milky Way does our solar system pass through the path of Sagittarius debris. Remarkably, stars from Sagittarius are now raining down onto our present position in the Milky Way. Stars from an alien galaxy are relatively near us. We have to rethink our assumptions about the Milky Way to account for this contamination. It has been postulated that this is the real reason for both global warming, since higher energy levels of the Milky Way are almost certain to cause our Sun to burn hotter and emit higher energies. Indeed, temperatures have been seen to rise on virtually all of the planets in our system. This seems quite apart from any local phenomena like greenhouse gases, etc. The grand turning is possibly the root cause for the discontinuation of the Mayan calendar, the most accurate on the planet, because the reed point of the Pleiades star cluster, which many believe the calendar was based on, can no longer be a constant as we begin to steer away from the earlier predictable movements. The marriage of our birth galaxy and the new adopted Milky Way galaxy is causing energy shifts that are obvious just about everywhere. Here are some of the changes being watched by scientists. A growth of dark spots on Pluto, reporting auroras on Saturn, reporting of Uranus and Neptune's polar shifts. They are magnetically conjunct planets. And the abrupt large-scale growth of Uranus' magnetosphere intensity, a change in light intensity and light spot dynamics on Neptune, the doubling of the magnetic field intensity on Jupiter, a series of new states and processes observed, a series of Martian atmosphere transformations increasing its biosphere quality, in particular, a cloudy growth in the equator area, unusual growth of ozone concentration. Oh, so Mars has ozone, but we're losing ours. The Moon seems to be growing an atmosphere. A first-stage atmosphere generation on the Moon, where a growing Naturium atmosphere is detected that reaches 9,000 kilometers in height. Significant physical, chemical, and optical changes observed on Venus. An inversion of dark and light spots detected. A sharp decrease of sulfur-containing gases in the atmosphere. A change in the quality of interplanetary space towards an increase in its interplanetary and solar planetary transmitting properties. I just thought that this was an interesting article. I have it attached below if you want to check it out. Modern science proclaims the solar system is 4.5 billion years old, and outside of an extinction event every so many million years, not much changes except that the continents are on tectonic plates and they move an inch or so every year, 100 years. But there's another story, and it was first promulgated that I know of by Immanuel Velikovsky, that the history of our current solar system is much more recent than billions of years of Earth going around the sun, as any and all dating methods have been proven unreliable. Watch this.
Now, from a scientific point of view, what are we told? We're told, yes, we have an ice age. This ice age happened in what we know as the Pleistocene epoch, and before the ice age, there was nothing. Men walked around in skins, and Neanderthal man, hunter-gatherers. No such concept as Atlantis or Lemuria or any other advanced civilization could possibly have existed. So what is the tenets of the official theory? Well, the high priests of geology were of Charles Lyell. He was the exponent of the theory of uniformity. That simply means that through the geological record, nature, evolution, all of these things are incrementally slow, very, very slow movements of development over vast expanses of time. Louis Agassiz, he was the exponent of the glacial theory, exponent of the ice ages. And particularly Professor James Geekie, geology professor, Edinburgh University, a major champion of the ice age theory. And believe me, that's all it is, a theory, as we're about to see. Now, the ice ages are meant to have taken place, geologically speaking, in what is known as the Pleistocene epoch. This is the epoch lasting 2 million years that is housing what we know as the ice age. But Professor James Geekie says, if there is anything more fantastic than Geekie's extravagant theory, it is that it has been lapped up by his successors and by intelligent men who, by logic alone, should be able to denounce it. Yet it is today a dogma. This is Commons Beaumont, one of the most suppressed scholars of all time, talking about Geekie's findings. He says it's unsustainable, simply a dogma. Communist Beaumont goes on to say, the flood, to the world generally a vague and nebulous tradition, really conceals the most appalling visitation, and its ravages in the British Isles and Scandinavian lands may be retraced to more considerable extent by the effects of what geologists term the drift age. It was no mere ice drift, it was a sudden and terribly swift and violent. So Beaumont was one of the great catastrophists. Along with Immanuel Velikovsky, he was a person who decried and did not believe in or subscribe to the uniformitarian philosophy. He understood that we had been visited by tremendously swift cataclysms of the past. And he spent his life trying to refute what Geekie and the uniformitarianists were advancing. And in the fine book, When the Earth Nearly Died, by Allen and Dallaire, they say, it is an astonishing that such an unscientific explanation ever came to be formulated, yet in a short time both it and the concept of immense, thick ice sheets descending from a hypothetical northern mountain system was enthusiastically embraced as virtually established fact. They go on to write, the evidence is perfectly unambiguous, along with the removal of an ice age like that which is hitherto commonly envisaged. The evidence suggests that there is something seriously amiss with the last phases of standard geological chronology. Now, these unsustainable theories of ice ages and drift ages has been refuted in the 90s by several authors, not only Allen and Dallaire, but by Michael Cremo in his monumental work Forbidden Archaeology, and more specifically by the Observer magazine scientific writer Robert Milton, who wrote a fine book called Shattering the Myths of Darwin. Now, Clifford Wilson, in his book, The Chariots Still Crash, he says, some dates obtained by other radiometric methods are seriously astray, such as the age of millions of years being attributed to volcanic rocks in Hawaii, which are known to be less than 200 years old. This is reported in the Journal of Geophysical Research. It is known that these lava rocks were actually formed in 1800 and 1801 in Hualai in Hawaii. The potassium-argon dating methods was utilized, and a formation age of 160 million to 3 billion years were given for this rock formation, which was known to be just over 170 years old. This is not an isolated report. Rock samples from 12 volcanoes in Russia and 10 samples from other places around the world, all known to be of recent age, that is, formed within the last 200 years, when dated by the uranium, thorium, lead method, gave ages varying from millions to billions of years. So here's your science for you. But luckily, a lot of these scientific findings are now being seriously refuted, and we need to know about this. Clifford Wilson goes on to say, there is increasing evidence to suggest that those figures of millions of years, which we were given in our childhood, must be put to one side. And indeed they must. But what would happen if they are? What happens if we suddenly start to question these Royal Academy and Royal Society dates and figures and scholarship? well then the truth of what might be behind that Pleistocene epoch. I mean, if you concertine the whole 2 million year Pleistocene epoch out of existence, suddenly you have no ice ages, no substantial ice ages, and therefore no great wall between our time and the past. Evidence thus converges from numerous directions to support the conclusion that on the testimony of radiocarbon and other dating techniques, immense physical and climatic changes occurred on Earth some 11,000 years or so ago, when an ice age that probably never existed came to an end, and the apparently uniformitarian regime was abruptly terminated. There you are. That's Allen and Delaire saying that something happened so much more recently, and it had very little to do with an ice age. Thus, if many of today's highest mountains were much lower when the alleged ice age was reputedly at its zenith, then how did so much ice, if it actually existed, manage to accumulate? Indeed, we can take a step further and ask whether the ice sheets so beloved of the glacialists ever existed at all. Now, these two geologists have discovered that the mountains that are quite high today all over the world were not as high 11,000 years ago. Well, of course, that goes to the heart of the glacialists' theory. You have to have very high peaks in order to have the cold for the ice sheets to be created. But if they actually were being told, then there goes your ice theory right out the window. They go on to say, the time allegedly occupied by the glacial and interglacial episodes of conventional Pleistocene chronology was actually non-existent. Now, how come we have not heard worldwide debate about this book or of Robert Milton's Shattering Myths of Darwinism?
Could have said it yesterday, the suppression of uncomfortable ideas may be common in religion or in politics, but it is not the path to knowledge, and there's no place for it in the endeavor of science. We do not know beforehand where fundamental insights will arise from about our mysterious and lovely solar system. The history of our study of our solar system shows us clearly that accepted and conventional ideas are often wrong, and that fundamental insights can arise from the most unexpected sources. Carl Sagan.
phys.org titled Stellar Mystery Deepens. A Monash University-led research team made an unexpected discovery that a large group of stars are dying prematurely, challenging our accepted view of stellar evolution. Their results revealed that large numbers of helium-burning stars are dying prematurely in the M4 globular cluster. Professor Latanzio from the Max Planck Institute for Astrophysics said, "Globular clusters are some of the oldest objects in the universe. Although we have some ideas for what is going on in them, every time we look carefully we find something unexpected. They are both fascinating and frustrating at the same time." The international team found that about half of the stars tend to skip the red giant phase, instead becoming white dwarfs millions of years ahead of schedule. Demonstrating once again what's wrong with the modern scientific method, characterized as shut up and simulate, Professor Latanzio continued, "Computer simulations do not agree with this observation. So, as well as continuing observations, new computer models will need to be generated to better understand what is taking place in the cores of these stars. But the computer models are built on missing or invalid concepts. There's nothing going on in the cores of stars, and globular clusters are not understood. So the mathematical computer simulations produce a virtual, unreal cosmos that, like the movies, can be programmed to produce anything you can imagine. And the artist's impressions we see in science reports are little more than glossy advertising material, but much more deceptive because it is falsely labelled real science. There is no real mystery here. With no nuclear fire inside, stars don't die by bloating to a red giant and collapsing to a white dwarf as their fire goes out. The life and death stories of stars are fictional. The bloated appearance of red giants is not due to internal pressure caused by hypothetical helium burning at 100 million degrees in the core of a star. It is a purely electrical effect witnessed in laboratory low-pressure gas discharge tubes. Red stars are those that satisfy their need for electrons from the surrounding plasma by expanding the surface area over which they collect electrons by growing a large plasma sheath that becomes the effective anode in space. The growth process is self-limiting because as the sheath expands, its electric field grows stronger. Electrons caught up in the field are accelerated until they become energetic enough to excite neutral particles they chance to collide with, and the huge sheath becomes a uniform red anode glow. It becomes a red giant star. The electric field driving this process will also give rise to a massive flow of positive ions away from the star, or in more conventional terms, a prodigious stellar wind. Such loss of matter is a characteristic feature of red giants. Standard stellar theory is at a loss to explain this since the star is said to be too cold to boil off a stellar wind. Arthur Eddington himself expressed his puzzlement about white dwarfs. Strange objects which persist in showing a type of spectrum entirely out of keeping with their luminosity may ultimately teach us more than a host which radiates according to rule. He was right. A white dwarf appears extremely hot, white and underluminous because it is a faint white coronal discharge. As usual, a thin plasma sheath will be formed between the plasma of the star and the plasma of space. The electric field across the plasma sheath is capable of accelerating electrons to generate ultraviolet light and X-rays when they hit atoms in the atmosphere, and the power dissipated is capable of raising the temperature of a thin plasma layer to tens of thousands of degrees. The spectral lines are broadened, sometimes to the point of disappearance, due to the coronal electric field. This gives the misleading impression that hydrogen, whose spectral lines are smeared the most, is missing in many of these stars, and that therefore they are remnants of larger stars that have conventionally lost or burned their hydrogen fuel. So, globular clusters are not some of the oldest objects in the universe. Their spherical shape of a dense collection of stars and their elliptical orbits about the galactic centre hint at a quasar-style birth process from the plasmoid at the heart of the galaxy. If so, the electromagnetic environment inside the globular cluster is different to that in open clusters of stars, so we should expect an unusual distribution of white dwarfs and red giant stars. And the puzzling observation that some globular cluster stars have 100 times more iron than others could also be explained by electromagnetic sorting of elements within the globular cluster at its birth. The fact we don't understand stars in the 21st century highlights what Arthur Koestler wrote in The Sleepwalkers. The history of cosmic theories in particular may without exaggeration be called a history of collective obsessions and controlled schizophrenia, and the manner in which some of the most important individual discoveries were arrived at reminds one more of a sleepwalker's performance than an electronic brain's. Science is still in its childhood, and we behave as infants. We give far too much credit to scientists for knowing what they are talking about.
For continuous updates on space news from the electric universe, stay tuned to thunderbolts.info.
Because the word sol actually means alone or solitary. Well, the original word for the moon, luna, also is a derivation of the word alone. Luna, the lone one. Why are they called the alone ones? Because they understood, the ancients understood, that they are alone now, because they had a cousin, they had a twin, the second sun, and the second sun is no longer there. So from that time onwards, in order to commemorate this celestial cataclysm, the sun and the moon were called the alone ones. That's their title, that's their name. In fact, the very words we use today to signify travesty also commemorate exactly what we are talking about. The word disaster comes from the two words dis, which means to be without or to be with loss, and aster is the word for star, no star. Disaster literally means no star. And the word catastrophe also means kata, to break down or to destroy, and strophe, which was star. So the destruction or the breaking up of a star. We use these same terms today to denote when something horrible, calamity has happened to us. Now, of course, it may seem quite far-fetched to accept any of this, and certainly the idea that torrents of water, ice and rain and what have you, is pouring into our atmosphere, into the Earth, because to actually accept that is also to accept the fact that before this water presence was felt on our Earth, that there may have been substantially much less water and probably no oceans as we know it today. That's a pretty far-fetched concept, is it not? But yet, that's what the ancient mythologies are telling us, that before the waters came down from the heavens, our Earth was, relatively speaking, without a lot of water. There's a concept known to geologists as Pangaea. This concept is that the fact that Europe and Africa were originally coterminous with North and South America. That means all the land masses made a supercontinent called Pangaea, the whole Earth.
The gigantic worldwide tectonic disturbances of the late Pleistocene times occurred almost simultaneously on a near unimaginable scale, precisely what could be expected from a powerful external influence, but not from the Ice Age, conditions conventionally believed to have existed then. Significantly, a drop in the strength of the Earth's magnetic field appears to have occurred sometime between 13,750 and 12,350 years ago, attended by various other important changes, including earthquakes, volcanism, water table fluctuations, and the large-scale climatic variations. Of these, severe earthquakes, in particular, may even include axial wobble.
Wobble.
Mountains were born and mountains collapsed. Land and sea changed places. Great streams of lava flowed. The sea boiled and evaporated. Such were the scenes of unimaginable violence during the times of global catastrophe, as recorded by the ancients.
Here in the New York Herald Tribune, Explosion in Science, the artist's conception of what happened when the heavens burst. What happened during the 1500 BC upheaval, which we read about in the Bible as the exodus of the Israelites from Egypt, and the phenomena or upheaval that accompanied that. And this is the artist's conception of what happened in Palestine and Mexico and China. Lightning, meteorites being rained down as the comet's head came closer to the Earth, followed by floods. Same in Mexico, where water swept over the entire land, great gigantic tides.
There were repeated changes in the Earth's orbit, in the lengths of day, the seasons, and the year. In these catastrophes, entire species of animals were annihilated. Others proliferated from wholesale mutations. Mankind was decimated. Civilizations destroyed. The papyrus of Ipuwer synchronized biblical and Egyptian events and led to a reconstruction of ancient history. Many questions debated for centuries found an answer. In the Bible, the identity of the beautiful Queen of Sheba at the court of Solomon was unknown. In Egyptian records, the land of Punt, visited by Queen Hatshepsut, could not be determined. In Velikovsky's reconstruction, it is clear that Punt is the land of Solomon and Hatshepsut is the Queen of Sheba. The biblical story of Joshua, with the sun standing still in Gibeon and the moon in the valley of Ajalon, presented another realization.
I was struck by the fact that two lines or two verses before the story of the sun and moon disturbed in their daily motion was the story of large stones that fell from the sky and destroyed more of the enemy soldiers than the sword of the Israelite. On this combination, because combination of stones and disturbance in rotation of the earth, the ancients could not know that it was the earth that was disturbed in rotation. They thought the moon and the sun. Made me immediately to follow the path toward east and west. And I found without great difficulty that in Western Hemisphere, which means here, on this continent, the story persists too. The story persists among the Redskins, it persisted among the Mayas, at the time when the continent was first conquered, the Mexico part of it, by the Spaniards, namely that the sun was rising just over the eastern horizon when it dropped back and came a little up again and stand there without motion, and all the forests burned. Again, the Redskin could not know about the heat resulting from disturbance in the Earth's rotation. So, of course, this would be not enough. You had to go to all civilization, to Japan, to China, to India, to Persia, to Babylonia, to Assyria, to Asia Minor, to Greece, to Rome, to Judea, to Egypt, to Mexico, to Peru, to Iceland, and for oral transmission even to East Indies. And the same story could have been found in all places, but differently told, so that it was no question of just borrowing from one nation by another. So this was the conclusion. The story of human memory of catastrophes that took place in historical times, but strangely, despite the fact that they were described in so many sources, as if non-existent for the scientific world.
Other ancient documents tell of the thunderbolts of the planet god Jupiter. Velikovsky understood that these thunderbolts referred to electromagnetic discharges between planets. This led to his claim that radio noises must emanate from Jupiter. In 1955, radio noises from Jupiter were discovered. It was this prediction and discovery that finally convinced Einstein of the merit of Velikovsky's ideas. This prediction and confirmation of radio noises from Jupiter convinced Einstein to seek crucial experiments on Velikovsky's ideas. After Einstein's death, his estate wrote letters to this effect, but with no result.
One of the most interesting cases that are these mammoths that are frozen in the Yukon or in Alaska, frozen in the muck and the gravel of that area, that still have food in their mouths. The flesh has been preserved in the ice, so that actually when they were dug out, when they were digging for gold, they could actually feed the flesh of these animals to sledge dogs. Whatever happened happened suddenly, as for example the tilting of the axis of the Earth and freezing them right there where they were found. Why did the ancients worship stars or planets that the average person can't pick out of the sky today? And yet all of our ancient heritage that comes to us in terms of architecture, writing, and so on, they're actually obsessed with the idea of worshiping these stars, these dreaded planets. All mankind through the years have worshipped stars that we can't even pick out of the sky today. Now why? Why were they so obsessed with them? Unless in some way these stars were threats to them, in some way impressed themselves upon ancient man.
A book like Old Testament is read maybe more than any other book through the centuries. It's translated to all languages. And you read there about sea and land changing places, about mountain moving into the sea, mountain being overturned, mountain melting like wax. And you think that this is metaphors. And so it is the phenomenon that Freud stressed and stressed again, of the role of traumatic experience on the life of an individual. But he stressed also another point, namely that the victim of this partial amnesia lives under the urge to repeat the traumatic experience, sometimes changing roles, making somebody else the victim. And mankind today, advanced enough in technology, produced thermonuclear weapons that could be like symbol or something representing the ancient, violent, celestial bodies that through fire and smoke disturbed the rotation of the earth. Now, if man is under the urge to repeat the ancient catastrophic events, the ancient trauma, are we not in a predicament? It is not a preaching to be better. It is a preaching to know yourself.
What do you think is the effect of this collective amnesia in the future?
The effect is very great, not only in the future, it was also in the past. Because as long as a man doesn't remember his past, he acts as a neurotic, a person who suffered a traumatic experience. Due to this traumatic experience, suffered also an amnesia, a local amnesia, so to say, not spread through all his personality, but in this case, in the human race, we have something that is comparable with a single personality that suffered a trauma.
cosmic upheavals, just like Beaumont was implying there, the cosmic upheavals that happen in the heavens above us were often stylized in myths as the conflicts between Rama and Ravana, let's say, or Horus and Set, or Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, if you are from the Persian persuasion, or Arthur and Mordred, or St. George and his dragon, you see, and Christ and Satan. A lot of these mythological adversarial conflicts are actually illustrations, motifs, portrayals of something that happened cosmically. This has now been accepted. Allen and Dallaire, in their book Cataclysm, say that giant electromagnetic storms, lightning, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, stupendous hurricanes, abruptly displaced bodies of water, celestial bombardment, rains of astonishing volume, and a mighty flood are all quick-acting violent events. There's that key term, quick-acting. These are individuals who are now putting aside this idea of slow, gradual, gradations of change over vast areas of time. Now, these two characters who've written this book, Cataclysm, and who wrote the book When the Earth Nearly Died, who are these individuals? Well, D.S. Allen is Cambridge University science historian specializing in paleography. His colleague, J.B. Dallaire, is Oxford University geologist, anthropologist, and museum creator of geology at the University of Southampton. These characters come out with a book, When the Earth Nearly Died, and their other one, Cataclysm, in the 90s. And the science is in to prove that the uniformitarian theories are just not sustainable, and that Darwinian theories are not sustainable. But how come we have not heard universal debate about these works? These are the top specialists in their field. And yet we go to high school, we turn on the television, we read in the journals and the magazines and the newspapers the same old regurgitated Royal Academy, Royal Society information, as if nothing has ever changed. In those days, Noah saw the earth that it had sunk low, and its destruction was nigh. And he arose from thence and went to the end of the earth. Of course, I had questioned how did he manage to do that. Anyway, it says he went to the end of the earth and cried aloud to his grandfather Enoch. And Noah said bitterly 3 times, Hear me, hear me, hear me. And I, Enoch, said unto him, Tell me what it is that is falling upon the earth, that it is in such evil plight and shaken. Book of Enoch again. And the moon shall alter her order, and not appear in her own time. And many chief stars shall transgress their prescribed order, and these shall alter their orbits and tasks, and not appear as the seasons proper to them. And the whole order of the stars shall be concealed from the sinners, and evil shall be multiplied upon them, and punishment shall come upon them so as to destroy all. In Scandinavian mythology, they have a reference to it as well, although it's again figurative, it's mythological. They have the Midgard serpent, their great enemy, their great adversarial agency there, the Midgard serpent, blows so much poison that the whole sky and the sea are splattered with it. Here we have the essence of fable, here we have the essence of allegory, that something stands in for something else. This is the way the ancients commemorated the histories that they knew. So for us to look back with contempt is outrageous. Allen and Dallaire, in Cataclysm, traditionally the destruction was almost always associated with water in one form or another. That's right, not so much ice, but with water cataclysm. This is where the myth of the great deluge came from. They go on to say, ancient Mesopotamian texts repeatedly allude to the original watery nature of Tiamat. From such fragments we may conclude that Tiamat was essentially a watery planet, and that very large quantities of water were probably dispersed into space during Tiamat's destruction. Well, we can enlarge upon that by saying, yes, water, if the planet Tiamat for some mysterious reason gets destroyed and its waters, its ocean waters are blown out into space, well, outer space is a cryogenic chamber, so we can expect a great deal of it also to coalesce as ice and huge fragments of ice, not only as liquid water. And sure enough, if we turn to the myths again, we find that what scientists are only discovering now in the most modern of times, hey, the ancient legends, they were saying it all along. In the famous book of Taliesin, this is a Welsh bard, a Welsh writing, a Welsh scripture. Taliesin was the equivalent of Merlin. A lot of people have heard of Merlin. Well, they had a Welsh equivalent. He was called Taliesin. They had an Irish equivalent, as I said earlier on. There was an Irish bard upon which Merlin was entirely based. But Taliesin, the Welsh version, in the triads of Taliesin, in the poetry of Wales, it has this to say: I have been in the bark of Dylan. A bark means boat. I have been in the boat of Dylan, son of the wave, when the waters rose as lances, falling down from the skies into the exposed abyss. I mean, there you've got it all in one sentence. Now in Revelation we have this well-debated term wormwood. Well, taken in context of what I'm presenting here, let's revisit this. Wormwood, the famous wormwood, the bitter waters. Okay, it says in Revelation 8, and the third angel sounded, and there fell a great star from heaven, burning as if it were a lamp. And the name of that star is called wormwood, and many men died of the water because they were made bitter. Bitter waters falling onto the earth. In Cataclysm, we have a passage from the mythologies of the Navajo Indians of North America. Long ago, they say, the Navajo ancestors were surprised one day to see animals of every type running from east to west. 4 days later, they saw a bright light in the east, and those sent to investigate it returned with the news that it was a vast flood of water proceeding in their direction. Next morning, this flood had drawn quite close, and filling the entire horizon, except the west, advanced like a chain of high mountains. Numerous surviving accounts describe the waters advancing like a colossal wave, or wall of stupendous height and irresistible power. The relatively abrupt release of the waters, piled up by Kingu and Phaeton's combined gravitational influence, will have inevitably produced a deluge having precisely these characteristics. Now, Allen and Dallaire have hypothesized about Tiamat, but they're also more of the persuasion that it was a comet entering into our solar system by the name of Kingu that caused this. So again, it's up to you to do the research and discover which philosophy you believe. Was it an already existing planet in our solar system that destroyed? Or, as the Sumerians and Zecharia Sitchin and others are hypothesizing, was it the intervention of a cometary body that shook up our particular solar system? They go on to say the Zend Avesta, this is a very famous book in Persia. The Zend Avesta mentions that when Tisthria assaulted Earth, it sent tremendous rains in which the drops were the size of saucers or of a man's head, and were sometimes boiling hot. Now in the Norse Edda, during Odin, his battle with the Fenris wolf, the upper heaven is alleged to have been shattered, its wreckage plummeting to earth as hail and huge blocks of ice. So I would challenge anyone to explain what this is. Now you can see why so much of ancient mythology was just shunted to one side. Now you can understand why the marginalization campaign took place, because you simply can't explain it. Or at least you can't explain it with the tools that we've been given by the orthodox, by the official.
Edmund Halley was the first modern scientist to account for the deluge by polar displacement. When he first argued his case before the Royal Society of London in 1692, the revelation was so startling that his paper was not published until 30 years after. Sounds familiar?
I've watched it quite a few times. Still my favorite. Well, I got two. Is my mic still buzzing? sorry, I have a weakness for interludes.
In India, there is an ancient belief still held by some in a subterranean race of serpent people who dwell in the cities Patala and Bhogovati. According to the legend, they wage war on the kingdom of Agartha. The Nagas, according to the deep dwellers, are described as a very advanced race or species with a highly developed technology. They also harbor a disdain for human beings, who they are said to abduct, torture, interbreed, and even to eat. And one might want to notice the prevalence of hollow earth motifs in movies, not just of Hollywood, but of movies in general. We have a great deal of movies in this world that feature hollow earth, some of them very famous, and people watch them all the time and never think of it. And yet they're seeing constant reference to this, not just in science fiction movies, but in many others.
A historical synopsis of Saturnian cosmology from John Cook's website, saturniancosmology.org. There will be a link in the description. It gets pretty deep. The chapters of this site will propose that the biology of our planet, our culture, our psychology, and our very existence are the result of a series of incidents arising from the interaction between Earth and other planets within the solar system, most notably Saturn. The biology of Earth is such that a complete accident, and so utterly unlike it, will not have ever been duplicated anywhere, at any time among the billions of other star systems. But here on Earth, all of it, especially the rise of complex species since the Cambrian period 560 million years ago, can be attributed to a series of cataclysmic plasma strikes by Saturn, each of a very long duration. Biologists claim 10,000 years for the extinction events. My original estimate was 15,000 years. As hominids, we survived the last externally induced extinction event, which gave rise to 8 competing subspecies over the course of the last 3 million years. Our only contribution to our distinction from other animals was the invention 10,000 years ago of language and its subsequent cultural transmission that set the stage for further development of our humanity. Much later on, and much closer to our time, subjective consciousness. It all started very long ago, At one time, and from its genesis, Earth was a planet in orbit around Saturn, a brown dwarf star, toward the end of the Precambrian, 600 million years ago. The Saturnian system intersected with the solar system. Saturn was swept around the Sun and back into deep space, to return at regular 26 to 27 million year intervals. Over the course of time, some of the satellites, planets of Saturn, were wrenched from their orbits around Saturn to end up revolving around the Sun instead. The Earth likely became a solar system planet at the end of the Permian 250 million years ago. From 600 million years ago, Saturn kept entering the solar system regularly to disturb its lost satellites, now circling the Sun. At about 3 million years ago, Saturn likely had a run-in with Jupiter, a solar system planet at that time, orbiting the Sun at a distance probably somewhat less than the Earth's orbit today. The orbital period of Saturn was significantly reduced as a result. During the last 3 million year period, Saturn started scavenging its lost satellites, and perhaps solar system planets, all in orbit close to the Sun. The possibility of a captured planet again orbiting Saturn at its equator is virtually nil. Instead, the scavenged planets ended up in superpolar or subpolar locations, the only locations which seem to be dynamically stable. Because Saturn had come in from outside of the solar system, and most likely was a star originally, it would have been at a very high positive charge level, distinct from the solar system planets. Solar system planets would have been attracted to Saturn when Saturn entered the solar system, rather than be repelled, as would be the case of two planets with nearly equal values of charge. Saturn, with its stack of captured planets, was seen by hominids, Homo erectus, and recorded in the shapes of artifacts in the Paleolithic of about 2 million years ago, and by humans, Homo sapiens, as carved images in the Upper Paleolithic from 30,000 BC, and by the hundreds of millions during the early Neolithic, 10,000 to 3,000 BC, when the stack of planets was much more frequently seen. At about 10,900 BC, Earth, at that time a planet of the Sun, made an electric field contact with Saturn, causing 1,500 years of darkness. Oh yeah, shadow on Earth. The period of darkness is recognized by many of the world's creation myths, and was recorded in the illustrated graphic books of Mesoamerica, references to which are made in colonial period documents. Climatologically, the period is identified today as the Younger Dryas, when for some 1,500 years Earth got as cold as it had ever been. Over the next 7,000 years, the orbit of Earth, apparently equal to the orbit of Saturn at that time, but below Saturn, progressively moved laterally to have Earth's orbital path eventually travel below the center of Saturn. Thus, between 10,900 BC and 3147 BC, Earth was part of a strange configuration of stacked planets, a condition which provided long summers and a mild climate in the northern hemisphere. Planets dominated by the giant form of Saturn stood above the north horizon and close to Earth, but measured in millions of miles, and were taken by humans to be gods, who supported them and for whose benefit they labored at agriculture and conducted trade. Initially, during a 1,500-year period after 10,900 BC, when the cold of the Younger Dryas set in, and long before Saturn was clearly seen, 3 fiercely lighted ball plasmoids were seen far south of Earth. Below the South Pole, between about 10,900 BC and 8347 BC, these connected to Saturn in the north via strands of brilliant arcs of electrons. Forms of various shapes ran south over these electron lines, traveling toward the 3 plasmoids. The moving shapes were taken to be dead animals and dead humans. The objects in the sky became the basis for all original religions and a good deal of mythology throughout the world, for they persisted in showing nightly and seasonally over the course of 2,500 years to 8347 BC, although only for 3 periods of hundreds of years. For the people of Mesoamerica, the year 8347 BC, when the last of the plasmoids extinguished after 2,500 years, was the end of their first tally of years, which accounted for the first creation. We know only a little about these ball plasmoids from obscure mythological references, and we would still not know very much if it had not been for an investigation undertaken by a team led by Anthony Pratt of Los Alamos National Labs of some 4 million petroglyphs worldwide, carved high up on mountainsides facing in all directions, but always with a clear view toward the south. That study, published in the journal IEEE Transactions on Plasma Science in 2003, was an absolutely astounding revelation. More on that in a later chapter. In 4077 BC, Saturn dropped its coma. This had been the chaos before creation, which had lasted some 7,000 years. It had obscured Saturn and its companion satellites. Saturn went nova. It switched to arc mode. In a mass expulsion, Saturn produced its rings and a new satellite, Venus, and perhaps another. That's interesting. So they're saying that Venus came from Saturn and not Jupiter, like Velikovsky does. Okay. And Saturn lit up more brilliantly than the Sun to the humans of Earth, who had not clearly seen the real Sun for thousands of years because of the shadow of the younger Dryas, followed by the obscurity of the enclosing plasmasphere of Saturn. This was the start of creation, start of time, and the first showing of the land and its resident gods, the satellites of Saturn. Saturn was universally called the Sun throughout the world. In Central America, the Popol Vuh, written circa AD 1600 from much older records, recounts, like a man was the sun when it showed itself. It showed itself when it was born and remained fixed in the sky like a mirror. Certainly it was not the same sun which we see. It is said in their old tales. In arc mode, Saturn would have lost its glow mode coma, but it apparently retained a plasma stream connection to Earth. The Sun, and the real Sun, lighted part of the edge of Saturn in a crescent, which revolved around Saturn on a daily basis, visually caused by a daily rotation of Earth below Saturn. This stack of planets consisted from top to bottom of Uranus on its side as today, and Neptune, both hidden by Saturn below them, known in Mesoamerica from earlier times. I suspect that these 3 planets had been seen together for perhaps 2 million years, initially by Homo erectus. Below Saturn, the following were located from top to bottom. Mercury joined the group in about 14,000 BC. Mars, resident probably since at least 30,000 BC or earlier, and Earth joined the group after 10,900 BC. In 3147 BC, this configuration of standing planets broke apart, with 3 large planets moving far away from the Sun, and Earth, and Venus, released to overlapping inner orbits. The breakup produced a stupendous flood of the waters, which had been held at the South Polar region due to the gravitational attraction of Saturn for some 7,000 years. The water held at the South Pole was due to the lifting up of the Earth's crust in the Arctic and the sinking toward the Earth's interior in the Antarctic. Flood stories are ubiquitous, found in over 500 independent myths, all with the same coherent details. The survivors included people far inland and those living already on mountain slopes, and apparently the people of the Nile Delta and northern Mesopotamia. The only recourse to a livelihood for many of the survivors was agriculture, which soon sprang up simultaneously in 6 unconnected regions of Earth. The breakup was caused by Jupiter, which had circled the Sun as an inner planet up to that time. Jupiter was subsequently seen receding in the skies, surrounded by a coma visually 3 times larger than the diameter of the Moon today. Below the south pole of Jupiter extended a gigantic plasma outpouring, making it look like Jupiter was resting on a mountain. It was green initially. Above the planet were much smaller, horn-like extensions. The whole of this looked like a person in a mantle, but was also identified as the bull of heaven. Jupiter was taken as the new god, called the Younger. Jupiter retained its massive lower outpouring until it entered the asteroid belt in about 2860 BC, after which the coma reduced in size and changed its shape. After 3070 BC, Mars and Mercury, which had remained in their positions below Saturn, were released when Saturn entered the asteroid belt. The 2 planets crossed Earth's orbit for about 300 years, overriding the Earth's orbit close to Earth on a 30-year or 15-year average intervals. At those times, Mars was at times brought into plasma contact with Earth, looking like a squat mountain which circled the Earth. The visual effect of the rotation of Earth, with Saturn and Jupiter both disappearing into the ecliptic. Mars was held to be the god in charge of Earth, Horus of the Egyptians. This lasted till about 2750 BC or 2700 BC, after which the regular visits of Mars ended its elliptical orbit, perhaps rotating away from Earth, an aposidal precession. In the next century, people throughout the world start building pyramids in imitation of the disappeared mountain of Mars, all within 100 years of each other. In Egypt, Mesopotamia, England, China, and the Andes of South America, and many other locations such as Greece and the Balkans, as has been discovered in recent years, although not validated. We have recorded histories of these celestial events, especially in Mesoamerica. There are accurate descriptions of the rings and the number of satellites of Saturn, the cloud bands and satellites of Jupiter, and the scarred surface and satellites of Mars, all dating from antiquity, spanning cultures worldwide. The Egyptians produced schematic images of the original configuration of Saturn and the satellite planets below, and have a record of early close passes by Mars. Mesopotamians also produced images of planets, graphically showing, for example, all the satellites of Jupiter. The Maya, from Olmec sources, have an undated record of the planetary movements from long before 3147 BC, and a dated record of later events which matches what can be gleaned from Eastern Mediterranean sources. The Aztecs produced graphic images of these planets, although anthropomorphized to gods and produced very late. South Sea Islanders have similar records of rings of Saturn. India has similar recollection of these events extending over millions of lines of poetry. The Quiche, Maya, Papa Vu, and pages of the Maya books of the Chilombalam makes casual reference to the period of 13,000 years ago. After the near collision of Saturn and Jupiter in 3147 BC, both Saturn and Jupiter began moving in slow spiral orbits away from the Sun toward the asteroid belt, probably 10,900 BC. One page of the Chilombalam records 7 appearances of the Saturnian planets as far back as perhaps 40,000 years, which can be correlated with atmospheric carbon-14 records dating from 50,000 BP. Over the next 2,500 years, 3147 BC to 685 BC, the inner planets interfered with Earth at intervals, although very infrequently. There were 4 major additional incidents. The damage often was localized in latitude, although, for example, a continuous lightning strike might have encircled the globe in circa 1492 BC, and certainly repeatedly in the 8th and 7th century BC. As recalled by nearly all peoples on all continents, the most terrifying incident, however, happened in 2349 BC. Saturn, with the planets Mars and Mercury still in a polar alignment below, entered the asteroid belt in 3067 BC. The gravitational and electrical effects of entering the asteroid belt released Mars and Mercury from below Saturn, and they started moving in highly elliptical orbits.
These orbits brought both planets back through the asteroid belt at their aphelions, and Mars and Mercury pulled swarms of objects of various sizes from the belt back with them through the inner solar system.
These objects were known as Maruts, or the Terrible Ones, and manifested as comets and meteorites that terrorized the Earth's population for many centuries to come. When in alignment with Venus, 20 million miles away at the time, 32,200,000 kilometers, produced an Earth shock in the northern hemisphere, tilting the Earth's axis away from the Sun temporarily and tilting up the equatorial rings of the Earth. Earth at one time had equatorial rings. This was followed perhaps 6 hours later by the arrival of a massive disconnected plasmoid lightning bolt from Venus, which hit the rings almost broadside, followed somewhat later by lesser bolts, recorded in Mesoamerica and China. The electric contact with Venus turned the equatorial rings blood red and caused the destruction of the rings. Lightning bolts arc up to the rings from the Earth's ionosphere layers and the lower equatorial plasma toroid, the Van Allen belt. The sky bled for 3 days, and only a single ring remained. Dust continued to rain down for the next 4,000 years until AD 1600. The cleared southern skies, previously obscured by the Earth's rings, revealed a multitude of stars for the first time, most notably the Pleiades, located directly south at midnight 2 nights after the equinox. The equatorial plasma toroid would have also arced to the surface of Earth, producing months of torrential rains. To humanity, the sea of the Earth's equatorial rings in the south sky, the Absu, had collapsed to Earth, and the event was almost everywhere understood as a second flood of stupendous proportion. The Bible recalls this event as the flood of Noah, but to most peoples, the blood seen in the sky suggested the wholesale slaughter of humanity, and any number of raging goddesses or dragons were assigned to this event in mythology worldwide. Kali, Tiamat, Anath, Sekhmet, Hathor, and much later, Beowulf's Grendel. After 2.5 days, Jupiter appeared again with its previous giant coma and lower mantle, again understood as a mountain, as if risen from the dead. In fact, the rise of the equatorial in the sky made it look as if Jupiter rose up out of the cave previously seen as the shadow of the Earth on the rings. The cave-shaped shadow opened up as the Earth regained its normal inclination, and Jupiter rose out of this to a location above it. Jupiter had stopped the dragon from killing additional humans. The event itself remains commemorated as the Day of the Dead, which is why they wear Halloween masks on Halloween. It's so that the spirits don't recognize them, the ones that might want revenge. I believe that's what that's about. And is almost universally associated with the culmination of the Pleiades in autumn. Echoes of the fall of the rings and the surrounding circumstances continued to resound in mythology and, to this day, in the theologies and practices of many religions, especially the resurrection of Jupiter on the 3rd day. Many nations also date the start of all sensible history and their calendars from this event. Strangely, this event is simply not noted by any of the catastrophists. Even Velikovsky remained unaware of it. Interesting. 800 years later, in 1492 BC, Venus again made an electric contact with Earth, causing a crushing repulsive blow in the east central Pacific. The Pacific Islands were wiped clean of any trace of humans, except for the petroglyphs carved on every island thousands of years earlier. Coastal South America and Central America were inundated with water, leaving seawater traces in lakes high up in the Andes, and possibly causing a sudden rise in the coastal range of the Andes by thousands of feet. The blow was followed by an electric arc traveling through the Pacific, the Indian Ocean, and part of India, following a path of increasingly higher latitude into the Mediterranean as the Earth's axis angled back toward the sun. Moses made his escape from Egypt during the turmoil. The event is recalled in mythology as the attack of the monster Typhon, who is struck down by Zeus. The major result of the contact was a 30% increase in the orbit of the Earth. The year went from 273 days to 360 days. Venus probably came no closer than 10 million miles. in this instance, 16 million kilometers. Something else was initiated at this time. The movement of tribes away from devastated areas and failing climates into new regions happened after 1492 BC. Tribes of Central Asia entered India, Anatolia, and Greece. Tribes from Asia Minor settled in Italy, as well as at later dates also. People everywhere met strangers and had to cope with new living conditions. This resulted in an expansion of our imagination as a way of coping with these changes. The development of subjective consciousness. Before this time, there was little need to deal with change. The people of Egypt and Mesopotamia, for whom we have records, have remained stagnant in the way of life of their forebears for thousands upon thousands of years. The development of subjective consciousness, as opposed to mere consciousness, was a cultural innovation and a major change which made us humans. Subjective consciousness came to be taught to children by parents, exactly like language is taught. The teaching of subjective consciousness, like the teaching of language, can be readily observed today. Note 5. Another 700 years later, 806 BC to 687 BC, Mars closed in on Earth with repeated electric arc contact at 15-year intervals. A major Earth shock in 747 BC and a minor shock in 686 BC, this last caused by Mercury. Earlier, Mars also interfered with Earth in similar fashion at the close of the early Bronze Age, 1935 to circa 1700 BC, which includes the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Mars came close, perhaps within 40,000 miles of Earth. The interactions, as a result, were completely different from the long-distance shock due to Venus. The destructions of the 8th and 7th century BC were spread over long stretches from Central Asia to the western Mediterranean, and through to Mexico and southern United States, from the Persian Plateau to Greece, in swaths measuring more than 600 miles wide. Hilltop citadels were destroyed by quake-like convulsions, much more extensive than any earthquake, and by massive lightning strikes. Cities and citadels were buried under yards of carbonized material mixed with soil. The soil and burned forests were dropped whenever the traveling lightning bolt paused at a hilltop. Now, that's pretty crazy. I mean, this lightning bolt traveling around, just going anywhere. These simultaneous destructions have been noted in the archaeological record and include the events of the 8th and 7th century as well as 1935 BC. De Grazia estimates that only 2.5% of the original population of 200 million of the Mediterranean region survived. Bolsena, a city in Italy, was obliterated by a lightning bolt measuring more than 5 miles, 8 kilometers in diameter. If we are to believe Pliny, who presents this from older Etruscan sources, the circular lake at Bolsena is larger than any volcanic caldera. Mars became the next sky god to set a tone for human conduct lasting to this day. The destructions of the 8th and 7th century BC obliterated the coastal areas of Greece and coastal Anatolia. The remnant population turned to raiding and became the pirates celebrated in the Iliad as the Egyptian people of the sea. The Iliad reveals that these were no sailors. Warfare and the extraction of tribute also became a way of life for the Assyrians, who plundered from Elam to Egypt. The change in humanity, however, which suddenly brought people up to our current expectations, was an event which happened early in the 7th century BC. In 685 BC, Venus and Mercury blazed as bright as the sun and were seen in the daytime skies with the sun for 40 days, starting on June 15th. The event was probably an extraordinary plasma outpouring by the sun, brought on by a sudden relocation of Mercury to within the orbit of Venus in the previous year. In July 685 BC, actually the astronomical year minus 685, corrected from 680 BC, Julian in the Eastern Mediterranean chronology. Ah, okay, so that's what the minus is for. It's different. It's astronomical. Okay. Jupiter also erupted with a coma in response in Jupiter also erupted in a coma in response to the Sun's increased output of plasma, and on July 14th sent a return lightning stroke, a plasmoid bolt headed for the Sun. It arrived at the Sun on July 25th. The plasmoid, which passed by the Earth at a distance of 30 million miles, 48 million kilometers, was seen in foreshortened form by Asia and Europe. How about that Jupiter taking a swing at the Sun? And is depicted in sculptures and illustrations and even on coins. Mediterranean nations thought that Venus or Mercury was struck, the bolt from Zeus which toppled Phaethon from the Sun's chariot. Mesoamerica saw the plasmoid at full length as it passed by in the daytime. That would be wild to see something like that, and depicted it correspondingly differently. Their understanding was that Mars was struck. It was called the bundle of flame. Among the Maya, to China this was the celestial dragon, the traditional form of which matches the structure of a plasmoid lightning bolt. Note 6. One could spend a lot of hours on this website here with this. This is amazing. Got a little bit more to go here. As experienced by Earth, the after effect of the 40 days of extreme solar activity was the relocation of the polar axis from Ursa Major to near Ursa Minor, and the delay of spring by some 15 days. In effect, changing the inclination of the polar axis, which is equivalent to rotating the dome of the stars. A new equinox was suddenly established, the aphelion of the Earth's orbit. The location furthest from the Sun changed, and 120 years of interference by Mars and Mercury came to a sudden halt. It appeared to many that Jupiter, the historical supreme god of antiquity, had again saved mankind from destruction. The change in aphelion had resulted in a cessation of further interactions with Mars. In 670 BC, the Earth's orbit became nearly circular, for unknown reasons, and the Earth was in fact completely removed from any future interference by any of the inner planets. It's probably the Sun's magnetic sphere, I would imagine. Within 100 years of this event, we see the simultaneous rise of philosophical studies, much as we understand them today, in China, India, Mesopotamia, Anatolia, North Africa, and Rome, well before there was any cultural transmission before the more distant regions on the list. In this list, it appeared to many as if a far greater power beyond the dome of the stars had moved the stars and planets and restarted the universe. For many years of the philosophers, the causes for natural phenomena were now sought elsewhere than in the whims of old planetary gods. With the realization of the existence of a power beyond the planets and stars, we also see the sudden rise of all the modern religions within the span of 100 years. Taoism and Confucianism in China, Jainism and Buddhism in India, with its subsequent influence on Hinduism, Zoroastrianism in Persia, with its influence on Judaism, Mithraism, Christianity, and eventually on Islam. Similar changes seem to be attested to in Mesoamerica, probably dating from 600 BC. Could all this really have happened? Religions have attempted to explain all of it, initially as narrations of the observed events, eventually as metaphors of spiritual states. Science, on the other hand, has spent the last 200 years denying that anything at all ever happened. But look at the histories, what we call myths, of people from regions as diverse as China, Mesopotamia, and Mesoamerica, will reveal that they are in complete agreement with each other. Add to these various myths of the people of India, South America, Africa, Greece, and thousands of others, and a consistent picture of the past emerges, which is not what science tells us. Or fly over regions, for example, of the western United States, and you will soon be convinced that the waves of hills, the conical dumps of wind-borne soil, the distorted folded mountains, the widely varied landscape, cannot possibly be the result of eons of slow movement and metamorphosis of the Earth's crust. The surface of the Earth appears to have been battered and racked convulsively, and widely varied landscape and recently. Except for geology, which I will not really touch on, the remaining chapters will fill in the details and broaden the scope 4 major events. The 4 events are the end of the age of the gods and the worldwide flood of 3147 BC, the fall of the Absu, known as the flood of Noah, the blood in the sky, the resurrection of Jupiter, and the first appearance of the Pleiades, 2349 BC, the defeat of Typhon and the exodus of Moses from Egypt in 1492 BC, and the blazing of Venus and Mercury and the thunderbolt of Jupiter, which toppled Phaethon in 685 BC. The last few chapters present an excursion into the site plans and iconography of Mesoamerica from about 2000 BC. In these last chapters, you will find that the more closely detailed findings from Mesoamerica will match and often exceed the information available from the Eastern Mediterranean. Purple Dawn of Mankind by Troy McLachlan. In the beginning, there was only darkness. Yet in that darkness there was already Raven. He was still small and weak, and his special powers had not fully developed. From an Eskimo creation myth, Raven being their version of the Saturn archetype. C.M. Wood, Heroes and Hunters, from North American Indian Mythology. New York, 1982, page 17. Before the golden age of Saturn, or Kronos, as he was known to the Greeks, a time in which mankind was said to have enjoyed a tranquil and plentiful existence, bathed in the flawless light of a perfect and timeless sun. There was a primordial dawn of eternal twilight. In the earliest legend, with which the recital, i.e. the Kojiki, opens, one recognizes the primal myth, the development from a primordial darkness and chaos. This is the Kronos legend, in its 1,000 forms, the father of all mythologies, upon which so many peoples have constructed their cosmogonies. P. Wheeler, The Sacred Scriptures of the Japanese, New York, 1952, page 387, as quoted by Dordu Cardona, Godstar, 2006. Some mythological cycles feature a primitive age of darkness before the existence of the sun, when human beings lived in a state of anarchy without the techniques of civilized life. H. Osborne, South American Mythology, Mythology of the Americas, London, 1970, page 294, is quoted with emphasis by Dordu Cardona, Godstar, 2006, page 278. Note in the second of the two above quotes the reference to an age of darkness before the existence of the sun. According to E.A.S. Butterworth, the sun of the ancients is not the natural sun of heaven, for it neither rises nor sets, but is, as it seems, ever in the zenith above the navel of the world. There are signs of an ambiguity between the pole star and the sun. Yet those words belie what mythology is inferring when it speaks of an age of darkness. We should not construe this age to be one that was black as night, but rather that the available light was subdued and hued with a distinctive color that would come to be associated with Saturn. Tecahuachtalpanticutli, an alter ego for Quetzalcoatl, Aztec Saturn, who is credited as being the first light at creation, is the god of the dawn light that was created before the sun. The Roman poet Martinius Capella provides a clue as to what color this light was when he has the goddess Harmonia declaring that the rays from the god Jupiter renew the purple dawn for men, an obvious reference to a previous age before Jupiter's ascent in place of Saturn. The Hopi tribe of North America have songs that talk of a dark purple light of creation coming from the north, while the Chinese still refer to the celestial northern pole region as the purple pole. In all cases, and many others, the color purple is linked to Saturn, especially during a primordial time remembered in mythology as the dawn of creation. What this tells us is that there once was a distantly ancient age wrapped in a sea of dark celestial purple, a purplish light that radiated a dense and global warmth that seems to have emanated from a single dull orb, shining at a time well before the arrival of the sun. We see today this glowing disk appears to have been permanently stationed at the far north of the heavens, as the late researcher Dordu Cardona surmised. The evidence of myth, which points to Saturn having once occupied a position above Earth's north polar regions, is voluminous. There is not a race on Earth that has not preserved at least one account which states as much. According to this evidence, Saturn occupied a central position in the north celestial regions. It rotated, and rotated widely, but other than that, it was immovable. Cardona, 78. It is this darkened and primordial sun, this dull and immovable orb, that would eventually become the god and planet known as Saturn. But before Saturn rose to his status as the great creator god of mythology, primordial man spoke of this time as the great dream time of our distant past, a time celebrated in the oral and written traditions, ancient peoples the world over. Like a man was the sun when it showed itself. It showed itself when it was born and remained fixed in the sky like a mirror. Certainly, it was not the same sun which we see, it is said in their old tales, the Popol Vuh, Mesoamerican creation story. According to this understanding, at that time, there was no bright yellow sun as we know it today, one that rises in the east and sets in the west. There was no way to calculate the passage of time, to tell day from night. No stars could be seen through the dense atmospheric purple haze that engulfed the heaven. There was no moon from which to tell the passing of time by its phases.
or by which the Earth's ocean could be influenced by great tidal forces. Humanity lived in a perpetual state of dusky darkness, everything wrapped within a warm and bountiful purple hue that permeated all existence and in which the nocturnal thrived. Like a giant blind reddish purple eye looking onto the world from within a swirling heavenly purple chaos, primordial man would have seen Saturn as a single pale disk of light radiating its benign presence from a position locked at Earth's celestial north. It had always been there, a presence that was an integral yet silently ethereal part of the Earth's landscape and mankind's experience. For how long this state of affairs had lasted, it is impossible to tell. How life on Earth may have looked during the age known as the Purple Dawn, when Earth was in orbit around primordial Saturn circa 100,000 BC. Saturn can be seen in its primeval state as magenta-hued sub-brown dwarf star. Saturn's famous rings had not yet formed at this time. The murky existence of life on Earth, as suggested the earliest mythological narratives and portrayed in the previous, would have belied the even and global warmth that allowed humans to walk unclothed and troubled by weather extremes. While a semi-nocturnal world seems at odds with modern concepts of what would be a healthy planetary environment, the supposed need for bright sunlight and a rotating calendar of seasons to support life is overstated. All that would be required for the sustaining of a habitable planet is precisely what the myth suggests primordial man enjoyed: an adequate amount of evenly radiated heat energy with a minimum red-blue light spectrum required for photosynthesis in predominantly psilocybin-based plants. Much in the same way that we observe coastal areas supporting submerged red algae under the
Saturnian
filtering effects
comets
of the oceans. So too would the Earth's primordial environment under Saturn have enjoyed a radiating filtered heat in which red-hued vegetation would have flourished. A collection of pioneering alternative theorists have, in recent decades, sought to identify this dull primordial sun of mythology as having been a brown dwarf star, a fairly common celestial object that would have radiated energy in the red-blue-purple spectrum, rather than the red-green bright light of the sun we see today. Accordingly, when factoring ancient descriptions of the god Saturn in his primordial state, we can determine that if Saturn was indeed a brown dwarf star, then Saturn would have typically produced its own far-reaching heliosphere, or what electric universe proponents call a plasma sheath, a type of electrical bubble which would have extended out into space like a giant egg-like cocoon. The startling supposition is that an electric cocoon of this type would have embraced the Earth and all its inhabitants. The inside of this hypothesized plasma bubble would have acted like a dull mirror, a reflective field that would have uniformly bounced the star's warm radiation back onto all parts of the planet's surface to produce the even purplish primordial glow related to us by these ancient traditions. That's probably where we get light shows from. This reflected light and energy would have produced warm regions at both poles, while almost entirely negating meteorological effects like wind and rain. Weather features so common today under the current sun. To the ancients of the gold, silver, and bronze ages, this dull moon-like disk from the time of the purple dawn came to be identified as the sleeping form of the god Kronos, Greek, or Saturn, Latin.
In other cultures, it would come to be known as Ra, Egyptian. Enlil, Mesopotamia, Tlaloc, Aztec, later transformation into Quetzalcoatl, and Shangdi, China. Though modern mythologists would later confuse many of these deities as being representations of our current yellow sun, an alternative interpretation of comparative mythology suggests they all share common identity traits with the Roman god Saturn, who was in turn identified directly with the planet Saturn. And that's the problem, is these interpretations later changed a lot of these gods. I've noticed that.
Alchemical traditions have it that this planet Saturn was our original and best sun, the first sun, before the coming of the red-yellow star we call today the sun. Today, this very same pale disk, spoken of in the earliest creation epics of mythology and seen inhabiting Earth's celestial north, can be positively identified as being the actual planet Saturn, at a time when it was in its primordial state as a brown dwarf star. Yet today, the same planet which was said to have once ruled the heavens from up high in the north is now a distant spot of light seen at the outer reaches of our current solar system. But it is the eventful and often frightening journey that the primordial Saturn would take on its path to the outer reaches of the solar system that has become the historic basis for much of the world's mythology and mankind's memory of a once great golden age. It is the forgotten journey that Saturn took from being Earth's primordial sun to its current position as a distant ring gas giant that will help explain the influence of the god Saturn over the warped occult phenomenon central to this work, the Saturn death cult. Locating Earth's original geomagnetic North Pole. It is important to note that Earth's geomagnetic pole would have been in a completely different position at this time to where it is today. Hat tip to Ted Holden. With Earth's current geographic North Pole region having been originally pointed at its original brown dwarf sun, the planet's geomagnetic field would have necessarily still been orientated in line with its celestial north despite its phase-locked equatorial relationship with Saturn. However, this would have positioned a phase-locked Earth's geomagnetic North Pole in a very different position. The best contender for where primordial Earth's geomagnetic north could once have been is strongly suggested by two significant bulges in the Earth's crust. These two bulges happen to be on opposite sides of Earth to each other. The larger one is called the Pacific Bulge, and it is located on the North Pacific's ocean floor between Hawaii and Asia. The smaller bulge is located on the opposite side of the planet in the South Atlantic. If Earth's current northern polar region was once pointed at Saturn as it orbited in phase lock, then Earth's geomagnetic north might likely have been located where the Pacific Bulge is today.
We're going to take a detour in a second.
Two opposing bulges, the Pacific Bulge is the best candidate for Earth's original point of geomagnetic north, the bulge having been a possible consequence of Earth's original and differently orientated geomagnetic gravitational forces. The same would have been true, to a lesser degree, in the creation of opposing Atlantic-African bulge. Currently, Earth also has significant bulges in the Arctic and Antarctic regions, where the current geomagnetic north and south poles are found. In the age of the dinosaurs, Earth's distant primordial phase-locked relationship with Saturn was most likely the environment experienced by the dinosaurs while they still walked the Earth. Most animals are nocturnal by nature. The permanent gloom of this time would have suited any nocturnal species, including dinosaurs. The heavy ultraviolet light shed by Saturn was the same beneficial ultraviolet light used today by reptilian pet owners to provide their pets with a basking spot in their enclosures. Reptiles in particular find this kind of ultraviolet light to their liking, as do most species of insects that see best in ultraviolet spectrum. Saturn's infrared spectrum would have also served most mammals well, the vast majority of which are nocturnal. While mammals internally produce their own vitamin C, pigs and humans are the salient exception. Under these postulated Saturnian light conditions, pigs and humans would have needed to eat sources of vitamin C in order to stay healthy. Previous image, Earth during the age of the dinosaurs. The primordial brown dwarf star Saturn sat stationary as Earth orbited Saturn in a phase lock. The future Arctic region was always pointed at Saturn. Geomagnetic North Pole was most likely situated where the present Pacific Bulge is located. A permanent purple twilight saturated the Earth, with Saturn's plasma bubble appearing like a vast heavenly chaotic ocean. The even purple-hued light shed by Saturn and its plasma bubble cast no shadows, and the air was gently still. No rain clouds formed on the Earth, but Saturn's water misted down onto Earth's surface in a dense, humid vapor. Saturn's ultraviolet light spectrum would have been highly beneficial for nocturnal reptilian species. Great. Reptilian species, huh? So now we find out that the purple dawn was most conducive for reptiles. I wonder if there's anything to that, the David Icke stuff. I wouldn't be surprised. Have you heard of the Emerald Tablets by Thoth? It just so happens a reptile was green. Apparently they were found under a Mayan temple in Mexico. He says in it that one day they will attack those who reside beneath us. How about that? Saturn's Golden Age, the age that man later called the Age of Kronos, is remembered with nostalgia as an age of bliss. References to the Age of Kronos in ancient lore are very numerous. Hesiod tells of a golden race of mortal men who lived in the time of Kronos when he was reigning in heaven, and they lived like gods without sorrow of heart, remote and free from toil. Miserable age rested not on them. The fruitful earth unforced bare them fruit abundantly, and without stint. They dwelt in ease and peace upon their lands with many good things. Similarly, writes Ovid in the 6th book of his Metamorphoses, in the beginning was the Golden Age, when men of their own accord, without threat of punishment, without laws, maintained good faith, and did what was right. The earth itself, without compulsion, untouched by the hoe, unfurrowed by any share, produced all things spontaneously. It was a season of everlasting spring. Rabbinical sources recount that men lived under very favorable conditions before the deluge, and that these contributed to their sinfulness. They knew neither toil nor care, and as a consequence of their extraordinary prosperity, they grew insolent. The dominance of Saturn at some remote period in the history of life of the peoples on Earth was of such pronounced and all-pervading character that the question arises whether the adventures of the planet going through many exploits could by itself be the full cause of the worship of the planet and the naming of the Golden Age, the Age of Kronos, Saturn. Saturn exploded and caused the Earth to go through the greatest of its historical catastrophes, and this was completely sufficient to make of Saturn the supreme deity. But it appears that the age of Saturn is a name for the epoch before the deluge. After the deluge, Saturn, dismembered, almost ceased to exist as a planetary body, and when at length it was reconstituted, it was fettered by rings, and was far from being the dominant celestial body that would behoove it as the supreme deity of the epoch. The age of Kronos is so glorious an age that it is hardly thinkable to connect it with the period after the deluge. The wailing for Adonis, Tammuz of the Babylonians, or Osiris of the Egyptians, deplored the end of its dominance, not the beginning of it. Then why was Saturn the supreme deity by whose name the great and glorious age before the deluge was named? Because it removed Uranus from its role of chief deity, and to the onlookers on Earth emasculated him. If the distances between the Earth and Saturn and Uranus were then what they are now, then such occurrences could scarcely be observable. Uranus is only faintly visible in the night sky over Mesopotamia in a most translucent night. Saturn is clearly visible, but is not, for an unaided eye, a spectacle in the sky. It was more voluminous and more luminous before the deluge, but if it moved on an orbit not too different from the present one, and Earth were moving approximately in the same quarters where it moves today, then the surprise still persists as how a body on a 30-year-long orbit could make the inhabitants of the Earth on its 1-year-long orbit regard it as the supreme of all celestial bodies in the sky. The appellative sun employed for Saturn could be explained by its unusual brightness when it exploded as a nova for a short time, actually for 7 days before the beginning of the deluge on Earth, assuming the length of the day in those times to have been not too dissimilar from its present value, the velocity of the moving masses being in the order of
100 kilometers a second, or 8,600,000 kilometers in a 24-hour period, and the Earth and Saturn being on the closest points of their reciprocal orbits, or in conjunction, which is another surmise, in 7 days a distance of circa 60 million kilometers would be covered. On present orbits, the distance between Saturn and Earth varies from 1,279 million kilometers at superior conjunction and 1,578 million kilometers at opposition. The lesser of these distances is circa 21 times greater than that above calculated. This means also that unless the velocity of the ejected water was an order of magnitude greater than 100 kilometers per second, the distance between Saturn and Earth must have been substantially smaller than it is at present. I have rather arbitrarily selected a figure of 100 kilometers a second for the motion of the exploded material. Today, the escape velocity, or the speed required for a projectile on the surface of Saturn to leave the gravitational attraction of the planet, is but 35 kilometers a second. For Jupiter, the escape velocity is 59 kilometers a second. Assuming that Saturn was a mass equal to that of Jupiter, the same figure would apply to it too. With 100 kilometers a second, we have almost double the velocity of escape. The arbitrariness of the assumption of such velocity for our calculations is obvious, but if the set of figures is not too far from what they actually were, the conclusion would be that of Earth from Saturn was but a 20th part of what it is now. This would permit us to speculate whether Earth could, at some early period, have been a satellite of Saturn. The distance, 60 million kilometers, is commensurate with the distance of Mercury from the Sun, or 58 million kilometers. Jupiter's satellites revolve at distances up to 24 million kilometers from the primary. Theoretically, Saturn could have satellites as large as the Earth. The Moon is only 1/40th of the Earth in volume, whereas Saturn is 760 times larger than our planet. If such was ever the case, the age of Saturn and the very unusual conditions under which mankind lived in it, and Saturn's worship prior to the deluge, would gain in meaning. The appellative sun used for Saturn would be understood as resulting not only from the great light it emitted for a short period when a nova, but also from its long-standing role of a primary for the revolving Earth. If there is truth in the surmise, and nothing more it is than a surmise, that the Earth was once a satellite of Saturn, the latter must have revolved closer to the Sun in order that the Earth should receive heat from it. Saturn exudes little heat, and if the age of Kronos was a golden age, then it is also proper to assume that the conditions on the satellite Earth were not unfavorable for life. The geological record documents extreme climates for the past of the Earth. Times when corals grew in the Arctic, and times when the Earth, partly even on the equator, was fettered by ice. Such climates require definitely abnormal conditions that could be created only by varying positions of our planet as an astronomical body. Therefore, surmises as made in this section are not in conflict with geological and paleoclimatological records. Yet it is not what could have taken place, but what took place, or the historical record that is the proper goal for inquest. In the absence of direct indications, we may only deal with the problem of the Earth as a satellite of Saturn as a hypothetical construction, requiring further elucidation. It is assumed by modern astronomy that the ninth planet, Pluto, was once a satellite of Neptune, which, having collided with Triton, another satellite of the planet, was thrown out of the ring and became an independent planet. The satellite Triton, however, as a consequence of the collision, reversed the direction of its revolution and became a retrograde satellite. Another instance of a postulated conversion of a planetary satellite into an independent planet is discussed by Van Flandern and Harrington in their paper a dynamical investigation of the conjecture that Mercury is an escaped satellite of Venus. Thus, the principle of a conversion of a satellite into a planet in its own right is not a phenomenon that is discussed here for the first time. The golden age of Saturn, or Kronos, came to its end when the supreme god of that period, the planet Saturn, was broken up. The age of Kronos was not the earliest age of which man retained some, however, dim memories, but farther into the past, the dimness amounts almost to darkness.
Okay, I either got to get something to settle in or get off. I'm getting tired.
Was Saturn the Sun? Seems like a good question. Was Saturn the Sun in ancient times, or seen in history and mythology, skies, as the sun-like object? The Saturn theory, through comparative mythology, Roman Saturnalia festival, etc., suggests that Saturn may have been our first sun, or at least associated as our star. This is explored through David Talbott's Saturn myth, and perhaps starting to be explained through the Saturnian cosmologies of the Thunderbolt's electric universe theory, Alfred de Grazia, and other Immanuel Velikovsky-inspired catastrophism models and revised chronology. These diagrams of some proposed Saturn polar configurations may help visualize.
In case you're wondering, I wanted one live stream that was like my greatest hits, so to speak, with Saturn theory. So that's why I'm doing this.
Initially mind-bending concepts. The Sun and Saturn are two very different celestial objects, yet the Babylonians appeared to confuse the two. Or was it just the translators of the Babylonian texts? Thomson, in his introduction to his collection of astrological reports, has noticed that the planet Saturn was also designated as Samas, i.e. sun, by the Babylonian Assyrian astrologers, and he quotes the statement of Hyginus to the effect that Saturn was called the star of the sun and catastrophism. Saturn was named after the Roman god of agriculture and harvest. While the planet may have gotten its name from its golden color, like a field of wheat, it also had to do with its position in the sky. According to mythology, the god Saturn stole the position of king of the gods from his father Uranus. The throne was then stolen by Jupiter. Mythology of Planets, Universe Today.
Chonjiwang.
The Chonjiwang Bon Piri Chronicles of Shanjilong is a Korean creation myth, traditionally retold by shamans in the small island of Jeju-do. Despite its title, the supreme deity Chiji-wang, whose name means king of the heavens and of earth, serves mainly as a secondary character. The protagonists of the myth are instead the two sons of Shanjiwang, Great Star and Small Star. Chonjiwang Bon Piri, Wikipedia. Other peoples' EU variations also suggest different solar system configurations in our planet's recent history. Our gas giants, that are brown dwarf type stars everywhere else, and other planets perhaps usurping other planet kings for a short period, or reflecting and basking in their glory. During Saturnalia festival period, around Christmas time, the roles of Roman households were reversed, with slaves becoming the master, in remembrance of when Saturn recently ruled the skies. It was a golden age. In a poem about a lavish Saturnalia under
Domitian,
Statius makes it clear that the emperor, like Jupiter, still reigns during the temporary return of Saturn, king of Saturnalia, Wikipedia. And the overthrow of Saturn symbolizes the demise of the old culture which worshipped this ancient god. According to Roman mythology, after Saturn was dethroned by his son Jupiter, Zeus, he hid himself, Latuit, in the countryside, called Latium in his honor. At the invitation of the god Janus, he reigned together with his wife. Is that her name, really? Ops, over Rome's golden ages, bringing prosperity, abundance, and civilization. The Romans nostalgized that legendary state as the golden age of Latium. Many of the rites of the Saturnalia were intended to restore that long-lost utopia, if only for a short time each year. Saturnalia recalling an ancient age. Was Saturn the original sun? Was Saturn a brown dwarf star where planet Earth resided during the Golden Age? Perhaps during the Saturn polar configuration. And yet the profile of the great sun gods presents a fascinating dilemma. During the past century, several authorities noticed that Greek and Latin astronomical texts show a mysterious confusion of the sun, Greek Helios, Latin Sol, with the outermost planet, Saturn. Though the designation seems bizarre, the expression star of Helios or star of Sol was applied to Saturn. Of the Babylonian star worshippers, the chronicler Diodorus writes, "To the one we call Saturn they give a special name, sun star." Similarly, the Greek historian Nonus, gives Kronos as the Arab name of the sun. Though Kronos meant only Saturn and no other celestial body, Hyginus, in listing the planets, names first Jupiter, then the planet of Sol. Others say Saturn. A Greek ostracon, cited by the eminent classicist Franz Boll, identifies the Egyptian sun god Ra, not with our sun, but with the planet Saturn. This repeated confusion of the sun and Saturn seems to make no sense at all. Can you imagine any difficulty in separating the two bodies, or distinguishing the one from the other? One fact beyond dispute is that the word Helios did come from the Greek word for our sun, just as the Latin Sol gave his name to our sun. The same can be said for the older Shamash and Ra. The names of these gods became the names of the solar orb. But that's where the connection with our sun ends, and the mystery of Saturn, the universal monarch, begins. As strange as it may seem, early astronomical traditions identify the primeval sun as the planet Saturn, the distant planet which alchemists called the best sun, and which the Babylonians, the founders of astronomy, identified as the exemplary light of heaven, the sun god Shamash. Shamash is the planet Saturn. The astronomical texts say, in archaic copies of Plato's Timaeus, the word for the planet Saturn is Helios, the sun god. Popular Greek tradition identified Saturn as Kronos, alter ego of Helios, and Kronos is said to have ruled over the pole. But only a handful of scholars have bothered to trace the parallel reference in other cultures, or to address the unanswered questions. Saturn in ancient times, thunderbolts. Picture of the day. The Popol Vuh, lauded as the Mayan Bible, attests to the same idea. There, a previous sun god is described as follows. Like a man was the sun when it showed itself. We've heard this before. It showed itself when it was born and remained fixed in the sky like a mirror. Certainly it was not the same sun which we see, it is said in their old tales. The Saturn myth, maverick science. A golden race of mortal men who lived in the time of Kronos, when he was reigning in heaven, and they lived like gods, without sorrow of heart, remote and free from toil. Miserable age rested not on them. What happened to them? Works and Days, Hesiod, Velikovsky Archive. Peoples that remembered early tragedies enacted in the sky by the heavenly bodies asserted that Jupiter drove Saturn away from its place in the sky. Before Jupiter, Zeus became the chief god. Saturn, Kronos, occupied the celestial throne. And in all ancient religions, the dominion passes from Saturn to Jupiter. In Greek mythology, Kronos is presented as the father and Zeus as his son, who dethrones him. Kronos devours some of his children. After this act, Zeus overpowers his father, puts him in chains, and drives him from his royal station in the sky. In Egyptian folklore or religion, the participants of the drama are said to be Osiris, Saturn, brother and husband of Isis, Jupiter, the worship of Saturn in the beginning, Emmanuel Velikovsky, and I've read that. I may read it again. Here is a remarkable fact. Though numerous figures of the universal monarch are translated conventionally as the sun god, the celestial power invoked by the world's first religion is not the body we call the sun today. In fact, the star worshippers specifically distinguished it from our sun by calling it best sun, the primeval sun, the central sun. There has to be something to it. Of course, you know, the water and oxygen and salt match as well on the scientific side. Natives of Mexico recall that prior to the present age, an exemplary sun ruled over the world. But this was not the sun of today. His name, Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl. The Maya maintained essentially the same idea, calling the primeval sun Hurricane. The Incas of Peru spoke of a former superior sun to the present sun. The ancient Egyptians, the sun god Atum-Ra, the model ruler, reigned over the fortunate area for a time, then retired from the world. The Sumerian An, ruling with terrifying splendor, was the central luminary in the sky, but not our sun, and later departed to a more remote domain. When it comes to the well-known sun gods of early man, nothing in the mythical record seems to have unnerved the experts. As to the original solar character of the Greek Helios, Latin Sol, Assyrian Shamash, or Egyptian Ra, scholars have maintained an unwavering confidence. And surely you can see why. Could it really be doubted that Helios, radiating light from his brow, is our sun? Saturn, the ancient sun god, David Talbott. Saturn did not move on its present remote orbit, but ruled as the central sun around which the other heavenly bodies visually revolved. The words used by ancient civilizations that are interpreted today as the Sun, like the Egyptian Ra, the Greek Helios, and the Roman Sol, all originally referred to the gas giant Saturn. Was that planet our primordial parent? Was Saturn until recently a much larger brown dwarf? The apparent size and color of an electric star is an electrical phenomenon. If Jupiter's magnetosphere was lit up, it would appear the size of the full moon. Was ancient man around to see it as a sun? If not, why would anyone call a faint yellowish speck in the night sky the sun? Other stars, other worlds, other life, hollow science. Kronos was confused with, or perhaps consciously identified with, due to the similarity in name, the Titan Kronos, already in antiquity, the identification becoming more widespread during the Renaissance, giving rise to the allegory of Father Time wielding the harvesting scythe or sickle. He was depicted in Greco-Roman mosaics as a man turning the zodiac wheel, Kronos, however, also be contrasted with the deity Ion as eternal time. Kronos is usually portrayed through an old wise man with a long gray beard, such as Father Time. In Greek mythology, Kronos, in pre-Socratic philosophical works, is said to be the personification of time. He emerged from the primordial chaos. He is often mythologically confused with the Titan Kronos. He was depicted in Greco-Roman mosaics as a man turning the zodiac wheel. Often the figure is named Eon, eternal time, a common alternate name for the god. His name actually means time, and is alternatively spelled Chronos, Khronos, transliteration of the Greek Chronos, or Cronus, Latin version, Saturn in mythology. Now, even though Velikovsky points out that Saturn was once much more massive body than it is today, it is hard to imagine that it could have been massive enough to be a star in the context of the thermonuclear theory of stellar energy. If, however, it was an electrically fueled star, its initial stellar state and its sudden demise seem readily explainable. Ralph Jurgens, Earth is a Satellite of Saturn, Velikovsky Archive. In fact, it may well be both Jupiter and Saturn. Jupiter and Saturn were at one time minor stars, and that their satellite systems were formed as the result of minor or planetary nova outbursts. CER
moving on an orbit almost 900 million miles from the Sun. For those untrained in finding planets in the night sky, it could hardly be said that Saturn stands out amongst its starry companions. This lack of distinction underscores an unsolved mystery. Where did all of the extravagant images attached to this distant speck in the sky come from? The story of Saturn as creator. Saturn presiding over a lost golden age. Saturn as a primeval sun. Saturn's preposterous location at the celestial pole around which the heavens visually turn. Saturn as the founding father of kings. And Saturn as dying or displaced god. In due course, we'll take up the god's connection to an immense crescent, seen as a scythe or sickle turning in the sky. So too the cosmic mountain from which Saturn was said to have once ruled the world. And the planet god's role as divine ancestor of different nations, all recounting the same core idea. The mysteries will quickly overwhelm a researcher the moment he asks the present sky to explain the ancient themes. In fact, many scholars simply walked away from the dilemma. Here's the dilemma in a nutshell. The myths appear to be much older than any recorded observations of planets. The first flowering of the monumental civilizations occurred in an environment of myth and magic. There are no lists of planets, no diaries of planetary motions. The celebrated gods do not look at all like the planets we know so well today. So most scholars simply state that planetary behavior could not have provoked any of the great myths. The attachment of myths to planets must have come much later, perhaps in the first millennium BC. Our message, however, is that a radically different planetary arrangement prevailed in an earlier time. Planets, not in their present orbits, but planets, provoked all of the mythic archetypes. What we're offering in this series are reasons for known facts, things not disputed. This includes the fact that the astronomer priests themselves, in recording the tranquil and predictable motions of planets in later times, named these bodies explicitly as the great gods of the primeval epoch. And that's the heart of the dilemma. Why does the behavior of these most venerated gods so boldly contradict all observations of the named planets today? By working with the points of cross-cultural agreement, we'll see that the astronomical images of Saturn connect theme by theme with an archaic story told around the world, told long after most cultures had lost track of any planetary connections. The story says that in a former time, a central luminary, a motionless sun, turned as a great wheel in the sky. But why an identification with the planet Saturn? It's said that this ancient power, the father of kings, presided over an age of natural abundance and cosmic harmony. But this story, in its countless variations, does not end well. It states that the world fell into confusion when the ruling god fled the theater or tumbled from his appointed station. Then the hordes of chaos were set loose, and all of creation slipped into a cosmic night, the gods themselves battling furiously in the heavens, the clash of the Titans. In the well-known Greek tradition, this was the story of the displaced god Kronos, the father of kings. Kronos was the Greek name for the planet Saturn. And yet, enigmatically, the same planet was also named Helios, the sun, a fact that has perplexed classical scholars for a century and a half. The shadow cast by Saturn reached across the millennia. Even today, our language retains the age-old cultural ambivalence toward this most ancient god. The word Saturnian expresses the splendor of the Golden Age, while the word Saturnine reflects the melancholy of paradise lost. Guesses as to explanations will never work, but an explanation based on systematic, cross-cultural investigation will work, allowing a global story to mean what it says, even if that requires a measure of patience as verifiable pieces come one by one into a coherent picture of the ancient sky.
Decided rather quickly and retreated into faraway regions. Peoples that remembered early tragedies enacted in the sky by the heavenly bodies asserted that Jupiter drove Saturn away from its place in the sky. Before Jupiter, Zeus became the chief god. Saturn, Kronos, occupied the celestial throne. In all ancient religions, the dominion passes from Saturn to Jupiter. In Greek mythology, Kronos is presented as the father and Zeus as his son, who dethrones him. Kronos devours some of his children. After this act, Zeus overpowers his father, puts him in chains and drives him from his royal station in the sky. If Egyptian folklore or religion, the participants of the drama are said to be Osiris, Saturn, brother and husband of Isis, Jupiter. The cult of Osiris and the mysteries associated with it dominated the Egyptian religion as nothing else. Every dead man or woman was entombed with observances honoring Osiris. The city of Abydos in the desert west of the Nile and northwest of Thebes was sacred to him. Sais in the delta, used to commemorate the floating of Osiris' body carried by the Nile into the Mediterranean, what made Osiris so deeply ingrained in the religious memory of the nation that his cult pervaded mythology and religion. Osiris' dominion before his murder by Seth was remembered as a time of bliss. According to the legend, Seth, Osiris' brother, killed and dismembered him, whereupon Isis, Osiris' wife, went on peregrinations to collect his dispersed members. Having gathered them and wrapped them together with swathings, she brought Osiris back to life. The memory of this event was a matter of yearly jubilation among the Egyptians. Osiris became lord of the netherworld, the land of the dead. A legend, a prominent part of the Osiris cycle, tells that Isis gave birth to Horus, whom she conceived from the already dead Osiris, and that Horus grew up to avenge his father by engaging Seth in mortal combat. In Egyptology, the meaning of these occurrences stands as an unresolved mystery. The myth of Osiris is too remarkable and occurs in too many divergent forms not to contain a considerable element of historic truth, wrote Sir Alan Gardner, the leading scholar in these fields. But what historical truth is it? Could it be of an ancient king upon whose tragic death the entire legend hinged? Wondered Gardner. But of such a king, not a trace has been found before the time of the pyramid texts. And in these texts, Osiris is spoken of without end. There he appears as a dead god or a king or judge of the dead. But who was Osiris in real life? Asked Gardner. At times, he is represented to us as the vegetation which perishes in the floodwater, mysteriously issuing from himself. He is associated with brilliant light. After the life of studying Egyptian history and religion, Gardner confessed that he remained unaware of whom Osiris represented or memorialized. The origin of Osiris remains for me as insoluble mystery, nor could others in this field help him find the answer. The Egyptologist John Wilson wrote that it is an admission of failure that the chief cultural content of Egyptian civilization, its religion, its mythological features, again and again narrated and alluded to in the text and represented in statues and temple reliefs, is not understood. The astral meaning of Egyptian deities was not realized, and the cosmic events of their activities were not thought of. The prophet Ezekiel in the Babylon exile had a vision, the likeness of a man, but made of fire and amber, who lifted him by the lock of his hair and brought him to some darkened chamber where the ancients of the house of Israel, with censers in their hands, were worshipping idols portrayed upon the wall round about. Then the angel of the vision told him, "Thou shalt see greater abominations that they do." And he brought the prophet to the door of the gate of the Lord's house, and behold, there sat women weeping for Tammuz. Next he showed him also Jews in the inner court of the Lord's house, with their back toward the temple of the Lord, and their faces toward the east, that they worshipped the sun toward the east. The worship of the sun and the planets was decried by Jeremiah, a contemporary of Ezekiel. But what was this weeping for Tammuz? Tammuz was a Babylonian god, one of the months of the year, approximately coinciding with July, in the summer, was named in his honor. And by this very name, it is known in the present-day Hebrew calendar. Tammuz was the god that died and was then hidden in the underworld. His death was the reason for a fast, accompanied by lamentations of the women of the land. His finding or his return to life and resurrection were the motifs of the Passion. Tammuz was the god of vegetation, of the flood, and of seeds. The god Tammuz came from Armenia every year in his ark in the overflowing river, blessing the alluvium with new growth. In the month of Tammuz he was bound, and the liturgies speak of his having been drowned among flowers, which were thrown upon him as he sank beneath the waves of the Euphrates. The drowning of Tammuz was an occasion for wailing by women. The flood has taken Tammuz. The raging storm has brought him low. Of Tammuz, it is also narrated that he was associated with brilliant light, with descent into the netherworld, visited by Ishtar, his spouse. Tammuz's death, his subsequent resurrection, or his discovery in the far reaches, but no longer brilliant, were the themes of the cult that was not just one of the mysteries, but the chief and paramount cult. The Osirian mysteries, the wailing for Tammuz, all refer to the transformation of Saturn during and following the deluge. Osiris was not a king, but the planet Saturn, Kronos of the Greeks, Tammuz of the Babylonians. Babylonians called Saturn the star of Tammuz. After the deluge, Saturn was invisible. The sky was covered for a long time by clouds of volcanic dust. And the Egyptians cried for Osiris, and the Babylonians cried for Tammuz. Isis, Jupiter at that time, went in search of her husband, and Ishtar, also Jupiter at that early time, went to the netherworld to find her husband Tammuz. For a time Saturn disappeared, driven away by Jupiter, and when it reappeared, it was no longer the same planet. It moved very slowly. The disappearance of the planet Saturn in the netherworld became the theme of many religious observances, compromising liturgies, mystery plays, lamentations, and fasts. When Osiris was seen again in the sky, though greatly diminished, the people were frenzied by the return of Osiris from death. Nevertheless, he became king of the netherworld. In the Egyptian way of seeing the celestial drama, Isis, Jupiter, the spouse of Osiris, Saturn, wrapped him in swathings. Osiris was known as the swathed, the way the dead came to be dressed for their journey to the world of the dead, over which Osiris reigns. Similar rites were celebrated in honor of Adonis, who died and was resurrected after a stay in the Netherland, in the mysteries of Orpheus. Sir James G. Fraser, the collector of folklore, came to regard Osiris as a vegetation god. Likewise, he saw in the Babylonian Tammuz an equivalent of the Egyptian Osiris, a vegetation god, and carried away by this concept, wrote his The Golden Bow, built around the idea of the vegetation god that dies and is resurrected the following year. A few peoples, through consecutive planetary ages, kept fidelity to the ancient Saturn, or Kronos, or Brahma, whose age was previous to that of Jupiter. Thus the Scythians were called Uman Manda by the Chaldeans, people of Manda, and Manda is the name of Saturn. The Phoenicians regarded El Saturn as their chief deity. Eusebius informs us that El, a name used also in the Bible as a name for God, was the name of Saturn. In Persia, Saturn was known as Kevan or Kavan. The different names for God in the Bible reflect the process of going through many ages in which one planet superseded another and was again superseded by the next one in the celestial war. El was the name of Saturn, Adonis of the Syrians. The bewailed deity was also like Osiris, the planet Saturn. But in the period of the contest between the two major planets, Jupiter and Saturn,
The appellative of the dual gods became Adonai, which means my lords. Then, with the victory of Jupiter, it came to be applied to him alone. Immanuel Velikovsky.
The cradle of life. And this gets back to the idea of the Garden of Eden period in man's memory.
We already saw this, but I'll play it again.
If you're a satellite orbiting within that anode glow, and this is not an outrageous idea because astronomers have suggested the same thing for red giants, that planets could actually orbit within that star because the atmosphere is such low density. In fact, we orbit in the sun's atmosphere, if you like, and it doesn't cause us any trouble. But within that glowing shell, the radiant energy received from that envelope is constant over the entire globe. The light from the plasmasphere is not reflected light, it's radiant energy. Brown dwarfs radiate blue and ultraviolet light, even though they are cool at a temperature around 950 K. This is further evidence that we are looking at a mix of an electrical red anode glow and coronal ultraviolet blue end of the spectrum. There are no seasons, no tropics, and no ice caps. A planet does not have to rotate, its axis can point in any direction, and its orbit can be eccentric, and you'll still get this beautiful, even temperature over the whole body. The radiant energy received by the planet will be strongest at the blue and red ends of the spectrum, so photosynthesis, which relies on red light, would be very active. The skylight would be a pale purple, which maybe is referred to by the classical purple dawn of creation. And I know that in Canberra we have this new arboretum, which is fantastic, and all of the new trees that are being planted are put in red plastic to start with. And I asked the head of the arboretum why they did that, and he said the plants grow much better in red light. Water molecules dominate the spectra of brown dwarfs. So you want to know where the Earth's water came from? The light on Earth was dim and purplish amid a continuous mist of water. No other bodies in the system were visible. And this is what Dave mentioned yesterday. This explains the abundant water on Earth and many satellites of the gas giant planets and the rings of Saturn. And the red light, warmth and water was ideally suited for giant ferns. It explains the gigantic lush vegetation found at the poles, fossilised as coal. Now the problem faced by life on planets orbiting a red star, I think you saw last night, which was this flaring red dwarf. So this tendency to flare up is a problem. The reason for this is that, as I said, the red stars don't have the current regulation afforded by the bright photosphere. So the response of a red star to a sudden electrical disturbance in their environment is to shed charged matter in a flare-up. They may also change in apparent size as the anode glow accommodates to the electrical environment. I think this would account for the great dyings in the geological record and the episodic deposit of vast sediment and mineral layers on the Earth. And on other bodies too. Every body that's been looked at is layered. What's more, it explains for the first time the oceans of salty water on Earth. Comets cannot be responsible because they have little or no water and little or no sodium chloride. Now, just see how much of this I want to show you because we saw this yesterday, so I might skip. This is referring to that super flare you saw yesterday, and you remember the astrophysicist said anyone who was on a planet orbiting that star at the time would be having a very bad day. Well, I think the Earth has had its bad days, and they're reflected in the geological record. So we'll skip that. The mass extinctions. As I said, those flare-ups can be so drastic that it would practically wipe out the life on any existing life on those satellites of that dwarf star. this raises an interesting side issue, and that is, ironically, intelligent life can't communicate through such a plasma shell using radio waves. So the lack of intelligible radio signals in the SETI project is understandable. In fact, denizens of such worlds would most likely be unaware of the universe at large. Now, astronomers also submit that orbiting a red dwarf is possibly one of the best places to look for life. What they've never considered is orbiting inside a red dwarf. Let me see. I don't think I'll talk about this one. This is a recent report of a spotty brown dwarf which suggests there are things orbiting within that red anode sheath, causing a dimming of the glow behind wherever that satellite happens to be. They're calling it weather, but of course if it's an anode glow it has nothing to do with weather. So we'll skip that. So this is a picture of the brown dwarf proto-Saturn as I see it. Now there would have been many more bodies than you see there, but I've included Mars and Earth and proto-Saturn because they're the main players at this stage. 50% of red dwarfs have Earth-sized planets in their conventional habitable zone. This suggests there are a large number hidden inside the red star's glow. And you can say that too because our gas giants all have large numbers of satellites orbiting quite closely. But you'll note there is no Venus at this stage. Gigantism. It wasn't just pterodactyls that struggled to get up off the ground. Scaling of muscle and bone strength shows that dinosaurs could not have raised their bodies off the ground in today's gravity. For them to move about, Earth's gravity needed to be about 1/3 of today's. Global extinction and fossilization requires far more pardon me, than a simple impact. Clearly, we have no understanding of the cause of gravity. Is gravity electrical? Pardon. The question is of fundamental importance for cosmology and our understanding of the solar system. And the answer should provide insights into the demise of the dinosaurs, the sky our ancestors saw, and why they feared doomsday.
I got a few audios to play that are quite interesting. Talking about ancient high tech and stuff like that. Kind of blows your mind. So I'm going to play those hopefully with a slideshow. So let's see if it works.
Saturnian comets. Before searching ancient traditions for any possible association of Saturn with the deluge, let us notice that the idea that Saturn may have anything to do with the origin of some of the comets of the solar system is not without a theoretical foundation. A group of short-period comets carries the name of the Saturnian family of comets. They revolve on ellipses that approach closely. A larger family of short-period comets carries the name Jovian, and Jupiter is regarded as having something to do with their origin. Their orbits come close to the orbit of Jupiter. The usual explanation for the Saturnian and Jovian families of comets is that they had originally traveled on extremely elongated or even parabolic orbits and passing close to one of the large planets, were changed into short-period comets, traveling on ellipses. It is usual to say that they were captured. However, the Russian astronomer K. Vishatsvyatsky of the Kiev Observatory, one of the leading authorities on comets, has brought strong arguments to show that the comets of the solar system are very youthful bodies, only a few thousand years old, and that they originated in explosions from the planets, especially from the major planets Saturn and Jupiter, or their moons. By comparing the observed luminosity of the periodic comets on their subsequent returns, he found it failing, and their masses rapidly diminishing by loss of matter to the space through which they travel. The head of the comet emits tails on each passage close to the Sun, and then dissipates the matter of the tails without recovery. Thus, Vishatsvyatsky concluded that comets of short duration originated in the solar system, were not captured from outside of that system, a point to which the majority of astronomers still adhere, and that they came into existence by explosion from Jupiter and Saturn, and to a smaller extent by explosion from the smaller planets like Venus and Mars. In order to originate in this manner from a planet, the exploded mass must overcome the gravitational pull of the parent body. The larger mass of planet, the greater must be the initial velocity of the exploding matter. The larger the mass of the planet, the greater must be the initial velocity of the exploding matter, the velocity of escape. For this reason, the idea of explosion of comets from the planets is preferred to the idea of their explosion from the Sun. Due to the great mass of the Sun, the velocity of escape from there must be in the approximation of xxx kilometers in the first second, and from Saturn only 35 kilometers. But even these velocities are rather high, so that Professor Vishatsvyatsky acknowledged there must have been unusual circumstances, which he did not try to determine, but the existence of which he claimed on a basis of the effects produced, namely, the short-lived comets reaching to the orbits of Jupiter and Saturn, every time these comets recede from the Sun to their furthest points, aphelia. The sentence in the Tractate Bracot that ascribes the cause of the deluge to the cometary bodies that erupted from the planet Saturn no longer appears as fantastic as when we first understood the meaning of chema in that sentence. The explosion of cometary bodies from Saturn and Jupiter is claimed on the basis of purely astronomical observations and calculations. The circumstances of such explosions must have been admittingly extraordinary. The time when this happened must be measured in thousands of years, not tens of thousands or millions. Will we also be able to establish, with the help of collective human memory, what were the extraordinary conditions? But should we not first, as intended, place ourselves on firmer ground by showing that the statement in the Tractate Bracot is not a lone testimony unsupported in the traditions and beliefs of the ancient races of the world? Saturn and the deluge. Following the rabbinical sources which declare that the deluge was caused by two comets ejected by the planet Kima, and our interpretation of the planet Kima as Saturn, we begin to understand the astrological texts, such as certain passages in the
Tetrabiblos
of Ptolemy, which attribute to the planet Saturn floods and all catastrophes caused by high water. The planet's presence in Aquarius, especially, brought expectations of heavy rains and flooding, as is attested, among others, by the 1st century Roman author Lucan. Many of the ancient astrologers were in agreement on this point. In a work entitled Speculum Astrologiae, Jontinus ascribes inundations to the action of Saturn's comets. Cuneiform texts contain prophecies of a deluge taking place when a comet assumes a direction with its head towards the earth. Philosophers of antiquity who were not astrologers also expressed their belief that Saturn is in some way related to moisture. Among them, the pre-Socratics, Philolaus and Philodemus, and somewhat later, Plato. The elder Pliny wrote in his natural history that is well known. Heavy rains follow transitions of Saturn. Servius asserted that Saturn is a god of rains. When in the sign of Capricorn, he causes very heavy rains, especially in Italy. And again, Saturn is the god of all that is humid and cold. Proclus recorded the beliefs of the Pythagoreans. Again, in the heavens, Aries is fire, Jupiter air, Kronos water. Nonos referred to the heavens. Aries is fire, Jupiter air, Kronos water. Ancient Kronos, heavy need pouring rain. Hippolytus wrote of the beliefs of a member of the Parate sect, but water, he says, is destruction. Nor did the world, he says, perish by any other thing quicker than by water. Water, however, they assert it to be Kronos. We recognize that the astrological connection between Saturn and catastrophes created by high water has a very ancient origin. In the Chaldean story of the deluge, as told by Berosus, Kronos, Saturn, disclosed to the king Xisuthros that a universal flood would begin on the 15th of the month. Dacios Abydinos says, Kronos, the rarest, and uranium-235, the isotope that is coveted because it can sustain a nuclear chain reaction. For weeks, specialists at the French Atomic Energy Commission, the CEA, remained perplexed. Elsewhere, in the Earth's crust, on the Moon, and even in meteorites, we can find uranium-235 atoms that make up only about 0.72% of the total. But in the samples that were analyzed, which came from the Okio deposit in Gabon, a former French colony in West Africa, the uranium-235 constituted only about 0.717%. That small difference was enough to alert French scientists that there was something very strange going on with the minerals. These small details led further investigations, which showed at least a part of the mine was well below the normal amount of uranium-235. Some 200 kilograms appeared to have been extracted in the distant past. Today, that amount is enough to make half a dozen nuclear bombs. Soon, researchers and scientists from all over the world gathered in Gabon to explore what was going on with the uranium from Oklo. What was found in Oklo surprised everyone gathered there. The site where the uranium originated from is actually an advanced subterranean nuclear reactor that goes well beyond the capabilities of our present scientific knowledge. Researchers believe that this ancient nuclear reactor is about 1.8 billion years old. Of course, they think the Earth is a lot older than we do, and operated for at least 500,000 years in the past. Scientists performed several other investigations at the uranium mine, and the results were made public at a conference of the International Atomic Energy Agency. According to news agencies from Africa, researchers had found traces of fission products and fuel waste at various locations within the mine's area. And incredibly, our modern-day nuclear reactors are really not comparable both in design and functionality with this huge mega reactor. According to studies, this ancient nuclear reactor was several kilometers long. Interestingly, for a large nuclear reactor like this, the thermal impact on the environment was limited to just 40 meters on all sides. What researchers found even more astonishing are the radioactive wastes that have still not moved outside the limits of the site, as they have still held in place thanks to the geology of the area. What is surprising is that a nuclear reaction had occurred in a way that the plutonium, the byproduct, was created and the nuclear reaction itself had been moderated, which is considered as a holy grail for atomic science. The ability to moderate the reaction means that once the reaction was initiated, it was possible to leverage out the output power in a controlled way, with the ability to prevent catastrophic explosions or the release of the energy at a single time. Researchers have dubbed the nuclear reactor at Oklo as a natural nuclear reactor. But the truth about it goes far beyond our normal understanding. Some of the researchers that participated in the testing of the nuclear reactor concluded that the minerals had been enriched in the distant past. They figure around 1.8 billion years ago to spontaneously produce a chain reaction. They also concluded that water had been used to moderate the reaction in the same way that the modern nuclear reactors cool down using graphite cadmium shafts, preventing the reactor from going into critical state and exploding all of this in nature. However, Dr. Glenn T. Seaborg, former head of the United States Atomic Energy Commission and Nobel Prize winner for his work in the synthesis of heavy elements, pointed out that for uranium to burn in a reaction, conditions must be exactly right. For example, the water involved in the nuclear reaction must be extremely pure. Even a few parts per million of contaminant will poison the reaction, bringing it to a halt. The problem is that no water that pure exists naturally anywhere in the world. Several specialists talked about the incredible nuclear reactor at Oklo, stating that at no time in the geologically estimated history of the Oklo deposits was the uranium sufficiently rich, i.e. uranium-235, for a natural nuclear reaction to occur. When these deposits were formed in the distant past, due to the slowness of the radioactive decay of U-235, the fissionable material would have constituted only 3% of the total deposits, something too low, mathematically speaking, for a nuclear reaction to take place. However, a reaction took place mysteriously, suggesting that the original uranium was far richer than uranium-235 than it is found in a natural formation. Just another one of those head scratchers for the mystery bag that nobody has to deal with. We have a plethora of them. Thanks for listening.
The Atlanteans were called the Shining One. They were most likely the builders of the pyramids. And it was said that pyramids actually served to facilitate altered states of consciousness with priests, magicians, and shamans. The stories of Atlantis and other mythological lands. So if we look at these structures, such as the pyramid, how did it perform said function? And how could this be explained scientifically? To see if there is any kind of explanation or what the link would be with human consciousness. Back in the 1980s, a scientist named Joe Parr took a look at the Great Pyramid and pyramid shapes in general. His discovery was pretty amazing. He set up a model of a pyramid aligned north, south, east, and west, with flat coils placed in the north and south. A microfarad capacitor was sparked across the gap using a battery, a resistor, and a charge recorder to simulate electromagnetic energy of the Earth passing over the pyramid, commonly known as Earth energies. Scientists read the changes on a daily basis, recording bizarre phenomena of an energy bubble that surrounded the pyramid. The energy stopped all kinds of radiation. The bubble showed attenuation to beta emitters, ion sources, and magnetic sources within the bubble. Feeding negative ions into the bubble intensified the energy. The energy was also found to alter within a year. It also had an effect on gravity, which is linked intrinsically to electromagnetic radiation. The bubble actually blocked out electromagnetic energy, showing a 113,000 times increase in kinetic energy, leading the scientists to actually theorize that the pyramid actually moved in time and space, what theoretical physicists call hyperspace. But that's not all. When negative ions were fed into the bubble, it was drawn to the moon. Positive ions moved it away. An amazing correlation with the feminine, therefore spiritually negative aspect associated with lunar worship, associated with moon worship. The effects releases in the brain, the hormones required for the trance state, is found to be electromagnetic. Go figure. And it is affected by all manner of ion activity. It appears that the ancient serpent cult, or the Shining Ones, were onto it in their own way, perceiving energy, electromagnetism, as a serpent wave, and worshipping this invisible energy god as a snake. I remember in my interview with Neil Thompson, he said the ancient Egyptians worshipped great electricity. Same thing. It appears he was quite right. Eventually gathering sufficient knowledge of the serpent energy, they erected buildings that conducted the energy into a controlling element. And this is why you can look upon many ancient buildings and see that they look like circuit boards on a computer. It wasn't just in those kind of buildings either. Even round towers were known to attract healthy energy. Negative ions also happen to be extremely healthy. So their buildings were built on the same principles of Earth energy with round towers. All over the world they're found. They're thought to catch negative energy, and they called it serpent energy, dragon energy, or chi. Dragon energy, negative ions. Pretty amazing what the ancients knew. I mean, it seems everywhere you look in the antediluvian world, it was all about snakes. I mean, they were swimming in snakes. Everybody went snakes.
the Nagas, and there's the Quetzalcoatl in South America. It was all about serpents and snakes. The Egyptians. It was the great electricity. But then you think about St. Patrick. What was that all about, him chasing the snakes out? Was that some kind of a symbolic thing that Christianity at that time took over? That's what it appears. But if their deity was the great electricity, that was actually a deity with substance. It puts a whole new take on it. The Atlanteans were called the Shining One. They were most likely the builders of the pyramids. And it was said that pyramids actually served to facilitate. And here is a major head-scratcher towards ancient high-tech civilization. 2-billion-year-old nuclear mega. In 1929, a group of historians found a map that was drawn on a lambskin. Dating results shown it to be a genuine document drawn up in 1513 by Piri Reese, a famous admiral in the Turkish fleet of the 16th century. It turns out that Piri Reese had privileged access to the library at Constantinople, in which he states that he copied the map from a large number of source maps, some of which dated as far back as the 4th century BC. Unfortunately, the source maps no longer exist. The uncanny thing of it is that the map's extremely accurate. It shows the west coast of Africa, the east coast of South America, and the northern coast of Antarctica. The northern coast of Antarctica is in perfect detail. 300 years before it was discovered in 1818. They didn't know what the ground looked like of Antarctica due to being under 1.5 miles of ice until 1949, when seismology gave the accurate picture and the Piri Reese map matched it exactly. This gives indication that there must have been a high-tech civilization on Earth 11,000 to 12,000 years ago. There are many more little tidbits of knowledge like that just get tossed into the mystery bag. Right. And then we have the mysterious 2,000-year-old disco colgant that we've gone over before. This thing is truly mind-blowing. 2,000-year-old disco colgant is an object made for unknown reasons, or at least it seems so to us, modern humans. Was it an ancient tool, a high-tech device, a ritual artifact? Does it provide evidence of our ancestors' vast knowledge of astronomy? Of course, the disco colgant makes us easily believe that this is a graphic representation of the Milky Way, or perhaps some other spiral galaxy. How spiral arms are formed in this type of galaxy is not yet entirely certain. Of course, they have to be electrified plasma. And Halt and R pretty much prove that all galaxies start out as quasars, and as they gain mass, they lose redshift. He proved that beyond a reasonable doubt, and yet mainstream still suppresses that knowledge. But modern astronomers know the majority of spiral galaxies contain a central bulge surrounded by a fiat, rotating disk of stars, just like pictured on the disco colgants. And the biggest mind blower to me is it has a dot or hole right where the sun is thought to be. That is another one truly amazing find, proving high-tech ancient civilization that just gets put in the mystery bag. Next. My man, you got it going again. Yeah. In 1929, a group of historians, Saturn and the deluge, following, and here is a major head.
That's it. I never made videos with any of them for various reasons, but I just wanted to play them, get them out of the way. Alright, well, I'm going to play one more video and then say goodnight, because I'm getting tired. I was hoping to hang around till like 6, but I just can't do it. I'm getting too tired. So, this will be it.
Thank you. In the spring of 1955, Providence wished that the drama should heighten itself. The old chief of all pagans, the planet Jupiter, was destined to enter the scene and speak. It was a spring day in early April at Princeton. This is the time of year when magnolia flower in the Princeton campus has not a few of these trees, especially near the Firestone Library, profusely blooming. During the first week of April of that year, the summiting of the American Astronomical Society convened for 3 days in Princeton. In the university's chemical building, Frick Laboratories, I entered the auditorium during the reading of one of the papers, when the audience was already seated, and chose a place on one of the back benches, close to the entrance. I did not wish to disturb the convention by my presence, because, being recognized, I would have caused some discomfort. After listening to W. Bod and possibly one more speaker, I left as quietly as I entered. I did not return for the other papers. The program of the 3-day convention had 102 papers presented by astronomers from all over the country, but only one not scheduled, yet read because of the great impact it carried in the field of planetary astronomy, made news. The next day, April 6th, opening the New York Times, I found a page-length column on a sensational discovery reported at the meeting. The column read in parts, "Radio waves from the giant planet Jupiter have been detected by astronomers at the Carnegie Institution in Washington. The waves appear to be short bursts of static, much like those produced by thunderstorms on conventional radio receivers. No radio sounds from planets in our solar system have been reported previously." Oh, that's incorrect.
That was old.
Tesla reported getting them in the early 1900s. The existence of the mysterious Jovian waves was disclosed by Dr. Bernard F. Burke and Dr. Kenneth L. Franklin in a report today at a meeting of the American Astronomical Society. The two scientists said that they did not have an explanation for the observed emission. Princeton, New Jersey, April 6th. The discovery was made entirely by chance. When the Carnegie Institution astronomers scanned the sky for radio noises from faraway galaxies, in the news release it was told that Burke and Franklin, who detected the radio noises of Jupiter, were entirely unprepared to observe any radio signal from the planet. Later, their perplexity was more fully described. At one point, they even assumed that some revelers returning from a party were the cause, trying to start the engine of their car. I mean, you can tell they were so uncomfortable by the discovery that they weren't sure they even wanted to be the discoverers, because they were afraid of getting blackballed. They had to go through the hierarchy. Or that the radio noises were caused by some experiments on a neighboring radio station. But the noises were finally traced to Jupiter. In the weeks that followed, Burke and Franklin observed that the signals were arriving 4 minutes earlier each day, and at length they realized they must be of extraterrestrial origin. Every third night, for 6 minutes, when the receiving antenna was directed toward the spot crossed at these minutes by Jupiter, the signals repeated themselves. Then the astronomers of Washington came to the correct conclusion, unexpected and surprising as it was. For me, this news had special significance. My own earlier expectation of the noises of Jupiter was based on my view of the giant planet as the center of a powerful electromagnetic system. In ancient sources, the planet Jupiter was associated with thunderbolts. Before World War II, a discovery was made by Jansky of the Bell Laboratories that radio signals arrived from the Milky Way. During the war, it was discovered by the U.S. Army Signal Corps in Belmar, New Jersey, that the sun sends out radio noises too. It was a chance discovery made in the process of testing radar echoes from the moon. The radio noises were found arriving from faraway galaxies and were explained as crashes between galaxies riding through one another. A new science, radio astronomy, was born. My understanding of the nature of the sun and planets made me assume that these bodies are charged, or that at least their atmospheres are strongly ionized. Of Jupiter and Saturn, it is known that they influence, in some mysterious manner, the solar spot activity, but nobody thought that these bodies, or their atmospheres, are charged. Now, seeing my claims confirmed, I called Helen Dukas and told her that I would like to acquaint Professor Einstein with the discovery of the noises coming from Jupiter, and wished to see him for a few minutes only. We agreed that I should come Friday, April 8th, in the afternoon. Then I called my editor at Doubleday, Walter Bradbury, and told him that I would come the next day, in the morning. Already on the phone, I drew his attention to the column in the Times. My book, Earth in Upheaval, was being prepared for print, together with my lecture before the Forum of October 14, 1953, as a supplement, and this lecture contained my challenge that Jupiter would radiate radio signals. For several years I wished that a check should be made on Jupiter, and took this opportunity to suggest it to scientists. In my letter to Einstein, June 16, 1954, I again suggested that an investigation be performed. It was a challenge on my part to Einstein to stake the debate on this my claim, and at the same time a plea to help me that the test should be performed. Einstein did not respond in that instance. In a note made on the margin of my letter, he wrote, "This would be no criterion. This was not well thought through." Right, because he didn't have it. Either there must be on Jupiter a dissociation of negative and positive charges that would produce thunderstorms of unearthly magnitudes, or more likely the entire body of Jupiter is charged, surrounded by an electromagnetic field, and attracts opposite charges from space, yet by continuous subatomic processes of fission in the great discharges, or by some other process, keeps its general charge undiminished. The Forum lecture, a discussion of my thesis of 1950 in the light of new discoveries in the fields of archaeology, geology, astronomy, brought in its wake, even sooner than I dared to hope, a confirmation of a bold yet well-founded advanced claim. The discovery of Jupiter noises thrilled me, as had no other confirmation before, and it was the first of a long, spectacular series. Emmanuel Velcost.
Welcome to Space News from the Electric Universe, brought to you by the Thunderbolts Project at thunderbolts.info. The parent star of planet Earth holds a strange and special place in countless ancient traditions around the world. The celestial body identified as the sun in myth, religion, ancient astronomies, and rock art routinely bears no resemblance at all to our familiar sun. One of the most common ancient depictions of the sun is an orb or star within a crescent, an image with no modern natural referent. And numerous traditions depict the sun as a spectacular celestial wheel, with a warrior hero appearing as the axle of the wheel. For decades, comparative mythologist Ev Cochrane, as well as his colleague David Talbott, have worked to reconstruct the natural events that produce these extraordinary mythical patterns. It is their conclusion that in the relatively recent past, in the era of prehistory, a period of instability reigned in the inner solar system, bringing planets within close proximity to Earth. In this episode, Ev begins our investigation into the question, did ancient man observe a different sun?
It is important to underscore the radical nature of our hypothesis. We hold that the solar system has only recently been subject to wholesale reordering, that in fact, well within the memory of mankind, a different sun prevailed. Our hypothesis is fundamentally a work of historical reconstruction based upon our mutual researches in comparative mythology and ancient religion. The research of Dave and myself is distinguished from other comparative mythologists in that we draw upon and emphasize the message of prehistoric rock art to illustrate our findings from literary traditions. To take but one example from hundreds that might be offered, ancient paintings and petroglyphs of the sun depict a wheel-like object, commonly 4 or 8-spoked in structure. Such artworks are global in nature. Yet how is this fact to be explained? From the conventional standpoint, such artworks are interpreted as abstract or metaphorical in nature. Miranda Green, for example, in her otherwise interesting book, The Sun Gods of Ancient Europe, concludes, the pictures do not describe reality. We beg to differ. It is our view that the prehistoric paintings accurately reflect the appearance of the ancient sky and offer compelling testimony with regards to an unfolding catastrophic celestial event in which nearby planets dominated the northern circumpolar heavens. The mere fact that analogous sun petroglyphs will be found around the globe supports this conclusion. At the same time, ancient myth offers corroborating testimony in this regard, wherein a different sun dominated the sky in former times and presented a wheel-like appearance. In this sense, as in countless other examples, the testimony of ancient myth and prehistoric rock art agrees at a level of detail that is impossible to explain by mere coincidence. In the Thunderbolts of the Gods, together with a number of other recent publications, Dave and myself have presented a wealth of evidence that the former sun was the focus of prodigious electrical activity and the source of spectacular outbursts of lightning, heaven-spanning storms, and aurora-like phenomenon. In ancient Mesopotamia, for example, the Sumerian word for sun is Ud. The same word is employed to write storm or thunder god, a startling extension of meaning. Sumerian hymns invoking the ancient sun god likewise describe it as a source of storms. So one hymn reads, the sun god thunders over the mountains like a storm. Another hymn reads, as my king, the sun god, comes forth, the heavens tremble before him and the earth shakes before him. Now I ask, does this sound like a realistic description of the modern experience of sunrise? In what sense is the sun's appearance over the eastern horizon ever accompanied by a shaking of heaven and earth or great bouts of lightning? What could the sun have to do with thunder and lightning? In the present solar system, of course, the answer is nothing at all. Yet the mere fact that other ancient languages preserve this very same semantic link between sun and lightning confirms the fundamental historical veracity of the Sumerian traditions and cries out for an explanation. Ancient Egypt, for example, offers corroborating testimony in this regard. In the pyramid text from the 3rd millennium BCE, the sun god's thunderbolt is specifically compared to the lightnings of the sun. The word in question here is mut, M-A-W-T, which has cognates denoting lightning in numerous other African languages. Significantly, however, the very same word is used to denote the spokes of a wheel. In the present world, of course, lightning has nothing whatsoever to do with the sun or wheels, hence the fundamental importance of such terminology for our historical reconstruction. But we need not rely simply on ancient language and myth alone. Mesopotamian cylinder seals, together with prehistoric rock art and other early artworks, likewise depict the sun with lightning-like structures emanating from its core. Students of comparative myth will recognize the structure adorning the face of the sun here as the thunderbolt wielded by the thunder god. So, for example, thunder gods like Zeus or the Semitic Adad are routinely depicted holding exactly this thunderbolt. Properly understood, the evidence from ancient language, like the testimony of prehistoric rock art, represents an enduring fossilized record of a different solar system, much as the discovery of a dinosaur bone harks back to its former age, one radically different from that which currently prevails. It must be remembered here that the denigration of myth is a relatively recent development, basically originating during the early decades of the 20th century. The science of comparative mythology, like the complementary science of comparative linguistics, grew out of the 19th century writings of world-class scholars such as Max Muller and Adalbert Kuhn, who rightly emphasized the prominent role of the sun and the thunder god in ancient myth and religion. Yet the excesses of these schools, together with that of the Pan-Babylonians, led to a general backlash against naturist or astronomical interpretations of myth and religion. Current models of myth, such as that advanced by George Dumézil, which dominates scholarship, emphasize linguistic connections above all else and are much more narrow-minded in scope. For example, Dumézil largely focuses on Indo-European myth. Most important, perhaps, is the fact that current models of myth always seek to understand the ancient traditions by reference to the present sky. But the ancient testimony is impossible to square with the present solar system. And as a result, scholars are left with empty slogans pointing to figurative language, metaphor, and such statements as that of Green, quoted earlier, to the effect that the pictures do not describe reality. As Dave and I have documented, however, granted the fact that the ancient traditions and prehistoric rock art complement each other, it therefore stands to reason that they do indeed describe historical reality. Confronted by these sun wheels, for example, on ancient rock art, the default position of so many modern scholars is just to ascribe those artworks to imagination or abstract forms, completely overlooking the fact that the same exact design is found all over the world. So at that point, you need to ask yourself a question. Were ancient skywatchers on every continent on the Earth imagining the same fantastic structure in the sky, which in this case is just a cross on the face of the sun or a lightning bolt on the face of the sun? But we could cite 1,000 other structures that we could describe if we wanted to. We're just trying to focus the discussion on these particular structures at the moment. But are we supposed to imagine that all these skywatchers all around the globe were imagining the same thing? That is not a logically sound position. It's much more rational to assume that the ancient skywatchers were trying to describe their personal reality. They drew the picture of the sun that they saw, and that's why those pictures agree all around the world. Things that are imagined are not going to agree unanimously around the world. It's just that simple.
Various plasma instabilities are found on Jupiter. NASA launched the Juno spacecraft on August 5, 2011. Its primary mission includes analysis of Jupiter's massive plasmasphere. How do its electromagnetic influences affect the Jovian system? Since Jupiter radiates more energy than it receives from the Sun, astronomers think that some kind of internal dynamo, acting like a generator, must be creating the excess. However, there are processes occurring on Jupiter that are now coming to light. Jupiter is an electrically active world, far more than computer simulations predicted. Based on what was surmised about Jupiter, a 5-Gauss magnetic field was assumed to exist. When Juno entered orbit and began its scientific measurements, levels as high as 9 Gauss were found. Compare those readings to Earth's 0.5 Gauss field, and the anomaly of Jupiter's electromagnetic energy can be deduced. Its field is so irregular, some astrophysicists to suggest that there is an anomalous structure in Jupiter's core. Recently, for example, Juno discovered jet streams on Jupiter that run further down into its atmosphere than previously thought, over 3,000 kilometers deep. Why the atmospheric bands are so deep is a mystery, since they have always been associated with superficial weather patterns. According to a recent press release, the south pole of Jupiter also exhibits an unusual grouping of phenomena. Under some simulated conditions, and on Saturn, cyclonic storms merge with one another instead of repelling each other. Multiple vortices encircle a central whirlpool of gas and dust. The structures are warmer than the surrounding cloud bands, but are still near absolute zero temperatures. Perhaps the Great Red Spot that has persisted for more than 300 years can provide additional clues to how the polar vortices are formed and stabilized. The consensus opinion is that it is a cyclonic storm driven by rising heat from below, because it is warmer than its surroundings. However, exactly how it was formed and why it has persisted for so long are mysteries. Wind speeds around its perimeter have been measured at 635 kilometers per hour, twice as fast as a terrestrial tornado. As previously written, Jupiter and its moon Io dissipate 2 trillion watts between them. That flow of electric charge causes lightning in Jupiter's upper atmosphere, along with auroras at the poles. Since Jupiter is obviously an electrical environment, it is there that some answers can be found. Rotating charging bodies produce dipolar electromagnetic fields, whether they are gas giants or rocky planets. Why some planets like Earth and Mercury possess magnetic fields, while Venus and Mars do not, demands further investigation. However, the basic physics of charged objects in motion generating electromagnetism is not debated. Plasma is not a substance. It is a state of matter. Any material can become a plasma if electrons are stripped from atomic nuclei, causing charge separation to occur. Whenever there are regions of opposite charge, and Juno team members detected a gravitational asymmetry inside Jupiter that most likely contributes to charge separation. Double layers will form, and an electric field will develop. An electric field, no matter how weak, accelerates charged particles. Depending on the characteristic of any given plasma, it will be affected differently by electricity. This could explain why the polar vortices are so distinct. Jupiter's electric field accelerates plasmas at different rates. Coupled with the cloud band observations, the massive cyclones exhibit distinct temperature bands, high wind speeds, and endurance. They appear to be more permanent fixtures. Charge separation in plasma could explain these anomalies. That's Stephen Smith.
Had a drastic effect on the system as a whole. The Saturnian planets were wrenched out of polar alignment as their respective spin rates accelerated in response to the Saturn system's displaced forward momentum. The multi-resonant state was suddenly broken, permanently upsetting the primeval state of our solar system. No longer axially synchronized, individual charge sheets formed around each planet as the conjoined plasmasphere of Jupiter and Saturn subdivided, electrically isolating them from one another. Saturn was displaced from its polar position, and the gaseous envelope surrounding the Saturnian planets began to disperse. As Velikovsky indicated, the increased distance between Earth and Saturn was most likely the result of both the removal of Earth from its place as well as Saturn from its place. The opening scenes of the divine spectacle would have been seen in the north skies, since Earth was still millions of miles below Saturn and Jupiter. But after Earth was released into a path of its own around the Sun, the plane of Earth's orbit would lift steadily, eventually reorienting at a steep inclination, crossing over the Sun's equatorial current sheet twice a year at each equinox. Thus, the eyewitness perspective on Jupiter and Saturn shifted at this time, so that the unfolding drama panned from the northern skies to a side view of the sky gods receding away in the southern night sky. Derailed from their dynamically synchronized alignment, Jupiter and the large Saturnian planets immediately redirected their orbital momentums into elliptical outward-bound spirals. Nearly all myths of the fall tell of the disappearance of the gods into the deep night sky. A distinct parallel may also be drawn to the teachings on Zimzum, the first stage of creation described in the Kabbalah, the self-contraction, concealing, shrinkage, or retreat of the god's original form into a new dilation or opening of space. Steadily diminishing in size and luminosity, receding away from Earth in the inner solar system, hiding himself, withdrawing himself, entering into himself, the contraction of departing god Saturn cleared space for a new creation. The Kabbalah continues. That Zimzum, contraction, was completely uniform all around, so that it left a vacant space called Tehiru, an empty, hollow, uniformly circular on all sides. Until this time, our ancestors would have had no concept of limitless space extending away from the Earth because such conditions had never before been seen. Unfurling like a curtain drawn open, the old heavens progressively whirled away from Earth on all sides. The primordial cosmic waters of the old Saturnian gaseous envelope retreated and withdrew, differentiating a deep open space in place of the rainy wall of clouds that shrouded Earth in former times. The age of Jupiter, now upon the world, introduced mankind to the light of the stars in the darkness of the night. In Egypt it was Jupiter as Re who boasted, "I am he who made the hours, so that days might come into being." Nuit was specifically the nighttime star-studded sky arched over the wide horizon, through which the red sun-like disk of Re journeyed each night. In the Iliad, Night herself apportioned Zeus's sovereignty to the wide heaven among the cloudy aether, a wide band of night sky centered on the ecliptic, from approximately 17 degrees north to approximately 17 degrees south, the way of Anu, likewise assigned to Jupiter as Marduk in the Near East. As the battling sky gods retreated through this expanding space into deeper and more distant reaches of the solar system, they discharged as brilliantly lit wandering stars, still huge in size, though far removed, lighting the night as nearby suns. All four outer giants still exhibit rotational speeds far out of proportion to their sizes. All four still emit significantly more energy than they receive from the sun, and they are in that sense stars even today. At first looming large near Earth, Jupiter became the new central body of the sky, more or less taking over Saturn's old identity. When Jupiter was first born, he defeated Saturn and the Sun by his brilliance, we are told in Vedic literature. It was then that Zeus became Lord of the bright skies. A stellar history for Jupiter was, in fact, much in vogue among mainstream astronomers through the 17th to 19th centuries, when popular astronomy famously speculated on the nature of Jupiter as a dark star, a hypothesis revived during the second half of the 20th century in light of the considerable implications suggested by data recovered from orbiting satellites and interplanetary explorers. Jupiter's wide-ranging variety of active emanations, infrared, radio, X-ray, and ultraviolet among them, have led others to consider Jupiter as a failed sun, or a star yet to be. Jupiter's volatile magnetosphere would continue to display dramatic plasma instabilities as it distributed an excess of voltage. Progressively acclimating to an outbound spiral orbit, Jupiter's appearance would have been stupendous in size, visibly larger than the daytime sun. Jupiter's massive magnetosphere, today 10 times stronger than that of any other planet and about 4 times as wide as the sun, would have fluoresced with brilliantly colored glow-mode plasma flows for some time thereafter, retaining enough of a mini-discharge to give a semblance of starhood. Below Jupiter's glowing globe appeared a long beard, mantle or cloak trailing all the way to the horizon below, a stupendous plume of plasma extending away from Jupiter's south geographic pole. This plasma expulsion would have been primarily an inflow of electrons, but simultaneously also an outflow of protons and other disassociated ions. Appearing as a steep elongated cone, Jupiter's southern expulsion was also characterized as his royal mountain or throne of glory. In the Kabbalah, this appearance is remembered as the long-bearded Arik Anpin, the extended countenance of the newly crowned star god. He let out his throne above and stretched a part of his glory below. And the Ancient of Days did sit. His throne was fiery flame, and his wheels burning fire. For a cloak Marduk was wrapped in an armor of terror. With a fearsome halo his head was turbaned. On the other side of the world, Viracocha was similarly remembered as a tall, glowing, bearded man dressed in a long, flowing cloak, who came in a time of chaos to set the world to rights. The fluorescing debris appears to have assumed a highly flattened, disc-like or lenticular distribution over time, and still extends all the way to the orbit of Jupiter today. Sometimes referenced as zodiacal light, the ethereal fire waters of the dust cloud once extended some distance either side of the ecliptic plane, both obscuring as well as highlighting the fixed stars of the zodiac. Today the residual afterglow or countershine of the zodiacal cloud remains visible as a tall cone-shaped ribbon of soft light brightening on the plane of Earth's orbit before sunrise and after sunset. The interplanetary dust cloud as such represents the mortal remains of the primordial gaseous envelope dissipated during the collapse of the Saturnian configuration. Some of this debris may still remain suspended in the rings surrounding the giant planets. Earth would also wind up with its share of drifting dust and debris. Gas vapors, ionized meteoroids, and assorted celestial wreckage began falling through the magnetosphere with short-lived splendor. Heavier infalls of material through the ionosphere sparkled and fizzled out in the upper atmosphere as concentric circles and spirals aglow in the night. Migrating through the interplanetary cloud year-round, sweeping through the densest clouds of debris during each equinoctial pass through the solar current sheet, a near-Earth terrestrial dust cloud began to accumulate. Electrostatically suspended along Earth's equatorial plane, this dust cloud was sorted by the conductive sheaths of Earth's plasmasphere into rotating belts and rings. In the Zohar we read, "Then a great reservoir was formed out of the unfathomable deep, or Tehom, just as if a huge hollow had been dug. This reservoir divided itself into 7 streams, resembling 7 long vessels, glimmering with a metallic sheen. All of them are in the form of concentric circles, like the layers of an onion, with rings inside each other." Most traditional mythologies retain memories of these earth rings. A rich profusion of descriptions handed down from remote antiquity and conserved to this day in several schools of esoteric thought have puzzled scholars and laymen alike for centuries. During the day, these debris rings appeared to some as concentric streams, rivers, or seas. To others, as a looming golden-green hill stretching from horizon to horizon, covered with wind-blown grasses. Some saw fields of wheat or beds of bamboo.
And they act like it's sacrosanct, like it was handed down from Mount Sinai. Illusionary dogma that even if you question it, they try to blackball you. And what's up with all that? I mean, where are we headed with that? It's crazy. America, you know, our First Amendment rights. But if you speak up and say anything, or even just delve into the evidence yourself, they try to make you think you're a bad person. Call you names like conspiracy theorists. Well, you know, a conspiracy is nothing more than a plan that's made to be illegal. That's it. Conspiracies happen every day. That's nothing. It's just a word. Like, and it doesn't matter what it is. The Kennedy assassination. They got an official story that they try to cram down our throats. And if we don't like it, try to make us out like we're some kind of crackpot or crazy. I mean, that's not America. I don't know. One more thing that we haven't tackled, and that's the gravity issue. A while back, I did a video with Theodore Holden, and I don't know if you know it or not, but he was the guy who formulated it out a long time ago that dinosaurs could not lift themselves off the ground in today's gravity. And it caused quite a backlash, but then they just swept it under the rug like everything else. But
as it is to do one of those 1,000-pound squats or deadlifts at the normal weight of 350 or whatever. Okay.
Yeah, that's a game changer. I mean, that should slap somebody in the face right there.
It did, right? And it's like, you know, there was a huge controversy over that. Like 30 years ago, I was the only person on the planet saying anything like that. Nowadays, I think most people agree.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they've done the math. It's like they've listened to the arguments, and I think most people agree with me that you couldn't have large dinosaurs walking around in today's world. You know, the controversy now is like, do you or don't you want to believe in, you know, in an expanding Earth theory of any sort? And the answer to my way of thinking is no. You know, I have no use for Earth expanding theories. And
even with what they found out down there at that, you know, the deepest place under South America, where the ground is actually coming up and expanding.
I hadn't heard about that. Give me a second.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Geez, what was it? I just saw it not that long ago. What's that one what's the place called where it's really deep down under South America?
the Mariana Trench.
I don't really know.
Okay.
There's two reasons why anybody would ever talk about an Earth, you know, expanding Earth theories, right? One would have to do with dinosaurs. The other would have to do with the tectonic plates of the ancient supercontinent, Pangaea.
Right. Okay.
You know, the tectonic plates of Pangaea wouldn't fit on a planet. You know, that they appear as if they would require a planet of greater curvature, a smaller planet, right? But there's another way of explaining that, right? In other words, you've got the Earth sitting there underneath the dwarf star with its pole pointed straight out the dwarf star. It's going to get pulled into an egg shape, right? You know, it's not going to be spherical the way it is now. Okay, it's like Pangaea was simply sitting there at the high point of the egg. Okay, and that would explain the greater curvature. Now, as far as dinosaurs go, like I say, you couldn't have it. It's like, you know, if you put a sauropod dinosaur next to Belchasmar at equal sizes, then what you're seeing is one creature at the top of the food chain, the other pretty near the bottom, right? In other words, Chasmar's body is 90% bone and muscle, right? And that's trained as well as you ever could have muscle trained. And the brachiosaur's body is mostly gut and digestive system for processing leaves and grass, right? And I mean, if Chasmar couldn't make it 20,000 pounds in our present world, then a brachiosaur sure as hell couldn't.
Yeah, I heard they had 3 hearts in their neck just to pump the blood.
No, that's ridiculous. You've got two problems with the dinosaurs and then with large dinosaurs, sauropods on their necks, right? And you've got two kinds of sauropod dinosaurs. You've got like brachiosaurids, which, according to the bones, apparently held their necks upwards, and then you've got the diplodocids, which, you know, would have held their necks outwards, or at least that's what the bones indicate, okay? Either way, you've got an insurmountable problem, right? It's like, in the case of the brachiosaurids, it's everything, you know, in other words, the limiting value of something like that in our present world is the giraffe, right? Now, you know, it takes a gigantic amount of blood pressure to get blood to a giraffe's brain, okay? And the giraffe has this very, very tight skin, which acts like a pressure suit, you know, like for a fighter pilot.
Right.
And basically, I mean, a giraffe's blood pressure would blow our vascular system apart. While, you know, he's trying to get blood to a brain which is 20 feet high. I mean, what is some sauropod going to do to try to get blood to a brain which is 60 feet high?
That is
Experts claim that that would put, you know, the brachiosaurids in the position of just being constantly at risk for some kind of a circulatory system disaster, right? Now, that's no way to go through life, you know, especially if you're trying to rule the world for 60 million years or something like, you know.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense. So they're claiming, well, it must be that, like, what the bones are telling us is wrong. They must have all just held their necks outwards, and the diplodocus apparently did hold their necks outwards. But in that case, you're dealing with a problem which is just as bad or worse. I think is worse. You're talking about the center of gravity of that neck together with that much torque. You know, what you would really be talking, the one thing in the Earth which would be ballpark for that kind of torque would be like the combined maximum torque of all 4 of the engines of an Iowa-class battleship. There would be enough torque to drive a 65,000-ton warship through the water at 35 knots.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're going to hold that with some kind of a structure made out of flesh and blood?
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
No, so there's no way for a large dinosaur to hold his neck in our present gravity, and that problem, if somebody ever really was able to do the math for it, which I have not been able to do, would almost certainly be a bigger problem than the question of gravity, you know, just being able to support weight, you know, on land. They used to think dinosaurs, you know, the large ones would have lived in water, but they had no adaptation for that. They would have needed snowshoe feet, right? In other words, the feet they actually have would just sink straight into muddy river bottoms. You know, they would take 3 steps to be immobilized.
So what happened?
Yeah, gravity changed, right? It's like you've got you know, like pictographs, right? Like, what's the word?
It was Velikovsky's claim that only a few thousand years ago, a period of chaos reigned in the solar system. One of the planets closely associated with Earth was Saturn, and watery filaments rained on our planet following Saturn's violent flare-up. Decades later, based on the respective research of Dave Talbott and Eduardo Cardona, Thornhill developed his own model of a primordially close relationship between Earth and Saturn, which was the source of all the water in our oceans, while leaving remnants in its rings. Today, Thornhill continues his presentation, shifting his focus to his own successful predictions for the Saturnian system, including the mysterious moon Titan.
Before I tell the epic story, a warning. Our education systems train students to memorize a litany of facts, which produces global groupthink. Students are not given the time or encouragement to critically examine the history of ideas. A leading researcher into the learning functions of the divided brain, Dr. Ian McGilchrist, has shown such blinkered left hemisphere training renders students functionally blind to alternative ways of looking at a problem. The left hemisphere simply blocks out everything that doesn't fit with its take. It doesn't see it, actually, at all. So scientists with their narrow specialised training may look at but cannot see what to a non-expert may seem obvious. They will be the last to see a paradigm shift in the making. This is particularly evident for electrical phenomena in space. Even the Nobel Prize winning founder of the idea of an electric universe, Hans Epstein, was ignored when he warned in his 1970 acceptance speech of an inevitable crisis in astrophysics if electric circuits in space are not recognized. Houston, we still have that problem after almost 50 years. I have lived since a teenager with uncertainty about accepted truths and learned to have the courage to challenge them. The result is not chaos, but a synthesis of ideas that explains the old ideas better and finds new ways of incorporating what seems a chaos of anomalies. And the best test is that of classical physics, simplification. The resulting paradigm shift is not a threat, but an invitation to the greatest adventure we may ever know, to begin to understand our real place in the universe for the first time. In our electric universe, stars and planets are formed at the same time inside molecular clouds, along a snaking cosmic lightning bolt. Gravity plays no role in the process. Since cosmic lightning takes the form of a twisted pair of current filaments, it is found that most stars are in pairs or multiples. Planets will tend to do the same. Like the snaking filaments in a novelty plasma ball, the star-forming filament moves on, leaving a string of massive objects behind to gravitationally form the weird and theoretically challenging zoo of exoplanetary systems recently discovered. Some gas giant planets are subsequently formed in close orbits about a star that has ejected charged matter to achieve stability with a changed electrical environment. The ejection flares may account for the flickering of newborn stars, which can't be explained by gravitational accretion. This explains the unexpected hot Jupiters seen in large numbers closely orbiting other stars. The most numerous stars in the galaxy, brown dwarfs, which would appear reddish if they could be seen with the naked eye, are generally classed as failed stars, yet they have the baffling ability to produce massive stellar flares. This is simply explained because red stars don't have the ability of main-sequence bright stars to control their current by a transistor-like action in their photospheric plasma. A brown dwarf can only respond by discharging matter electrically. The capture process of a brown dwarf star involves flaring and ejection of charged matter by that body in order to achieve a new electrical equilibrium in its adopted family. That accounts for the large number of close-orbiting moons of our captured gas giants in remote orbits. With this in mind, I want to take you back to just before the famous Cassini-Huygens space probe was to arrive at Saturn on July 1st, 2004. In news reports, Saturn was dubbed the original Lord of the Rings. There is a profound truth behind such a glib turn of phrase, but it wasn't until the advent of the telescope that Christian Huygens in 1656 was able to suggest that Saturn had a ring. So how do we explain the Saturnian ring symbolism that pervades our cultures? The halo of the saints, the royal crown, and the ring given in marriage are Saturnian symbols, as are the circled or Celtic cross, the Egyptian Ansate cross or Ankh, the Eye of Ra, and the astronomically baffling star inside the crescent. The star at the top of the lighted Christmas tree is pure Saturnian imagery. It is truly amazing that we are still haunted by prehistoric archetypes. It helps us to understand the extraordinary archetypal attraction of Tolkien's fantasy of Lord of the Rings. He was well versed in mythology. The following description of events is based on the surprisingly detailed and truly remarkable scholarship of Talbott and Cardona, which required explanations with the physics of an electric universe. Let's call our primordial star Proto-Saturn. It was an independent brown dwarf with its own entourage of satellites, including the Earth, Mars, and Titan. Proto-Saturn's dim reddish light was due to a glowing red anode plasma sheath, much larger than the Sun, enclosing Proto-Saturn and its inner satellites in a radiant cell. The term dwarf star is purely theoretical, since they are difficult to see and measure. In fact, NASA reported a brown dwarf which was radiating as if it had twice the expected surface area. The environment inside the radiant red shell is most hospitable for life on any enclosed satellites because there are no seasons and water is conspicuous in the spectra of such stars. Water misted down on this planet continually, and red light is ideal for photosynthesis, which explains the abundance of ferns and other vegetation globally in the Carboniferous era. But there is a catch. Brown dwarf stars are known to flare, sometimes to the extent, as one astronomer commented, that any satellites would suffer a very bad day. Such flaring by Proto-Saturn accounts for the geological strata and the fossil record of a number of global mass extinctions and instant burial of dismembered plant and animal remains. As we approached the Sun from deep space, our plasma sheath flickered like a faulty electric light when the two stellar plasma sheaths, or magnetospheres, began to clash. Proto-Saturn's galactic electrical power was usurped by the Sun, and its appearance changed dramatically. Before dimming forever, the dwarf star Proto-Saturn would have flared brilliantly like a comet, ejecting charged matter to relieve the electrical stresses caused by the sudden change in environment. Even now the former star has not completely cooled. Saturn still radiates more than twice the heat it receives from the Sun. And we have a simple explanation for the origin of Saturn's mysteriously short-lived water ice rings. As the proto-Saturnian system approached the Sun in the outer solar system, our minor star's gravitational sphere of influence steadily shrank, and its outer satellites were progressively stripped away. This and the earlier capture of the other gas giants provides the source of trans-Neptunian objects, as they're known, including Pluto with its unexpected geology and atmosphere, and its peculiar moons. There is a simple physical characteristic that links a captured star with its offspring. It is the axial tilts. Like our close-orbiting moon, satellites tend to orbit their primary with the same face always turned toward it. If they orbit in the equatorial plane, their spin axis will be aligned with that of the primary. As gyroscopes, the satellites will retain the same tilt even if jolted from their orbit, although the process may induce a wobble of the spin axis. It is therefore highly significant that the two key planets identified in the ancient pantheons, Saturn and Mars, have axial tilts closely similar to that of the Earth. The tilt of Saturn at 27 degrees to the ecliptic plane is itself an enigma, unless it formed independently from the Sun. Venus was described as a spectacular discharging body in the ancient congregation of planets. It can be explained if Venus was ejected in the flare-up of Proto-Saturn and the infall of the stream of ejected matter from swiftly rotating Proto-Saturn gave Venus a slow retrograde spin. The magnitude of the axial tilt of Venus to the ecliptic is much less than Saturn's, which suggests that Venus was ejected from a low latitude. This accounts for the hellish temperature and new surface of Venus, having been recently spat from the mantle of a brown dwarf star. Its filamentary equatorial scars caused by spectacular radial discharging, and its thick atmosphere inherited from the brown dwarf and subsequently modified by interplanetary and cometary discharges. Venus still has a cometary magnetotail stretching to the Earth's orbit, and its mountaintops glow with plasma discharges, which return Magellan's radar signals as unexplained shininess. Has a surprisingly young surface that gave rise to ad hoc theories of resurfacing events. They're unnecessary. Venus is a baby. Since my predictions were written in 2004, the electrogravity model has been further developed, and it explains electrogravitational capture and the rounding of cometary orbits by electrical discharge. It explains the huge capture cross-section of stars and why the observed phenomenal discharging of cometary Venus caused it to finally have the most circular orbit of any planet.
The catastrophes described in ancient sources were traumatic experiences common to all mankind. Purged from conscious memory, these records are now interpreted as allegories, metaphors, and the trauma has been submerged in the unconscious. Velikovsky calls this collective amnesia. A revolutionary theory of the universe based on the records of the past has challenged the fundamental beliefs of modern science for more than 2 decades. Today, the unexpected findings of space explorations have confirmed many of the predictions of this theory, but the man who proposed it, Immanuel Velikovsky, is still rejected by established science.
Well, I've taken a lot, but they're not very good. You're in too close for most of them.
And if I transgressed and went into many fields of science and humanities, it was not because I was born a rebel. I was coerced to trespass. The belief that we are living in an orderly universe, that nothing happened to this Earth and the other planets since the beginning, that nothing will happen till the end, is a wishful thinking that fills the textbooks, and your textbooks are still of Victorian vintage. Is any physicist here who would stand up and defend the proposition that only gravitation and inertia are in action in the solar system? But of all my heresies, this was the greatest. And let me ask you another question. Is a theory of uniformitarianism, which means that nothing what happens but happened in the past could have happened if it doesn't happen today. On this is built the modern geology. On this is built the modern astronomy. On this is built the modern biology and theory of evolution. And so, it is only wishful thinking that we are living in a safe, never perturbed solar system on a safe, never perturbed Earth.
Mountains were born, and mountains collapsed. Land and sea changed places. Great streams of lava flowed. The sea boiled and evaporated. Such were the scenes of unimaginable violence during the times of global catastrophe.
Folks, it's gonna about do it for me. I'm tired, and
there is
got a
no
lot of
doubting
stuff to
the
do.
antiquity
So,
of life on Earth as a whole. We can trace back the
I could let it go all night, but I'm gonna be working on some new material this week, so I'm just going to say good night. Thank you so much for watching. Turn out, get some sleep. So take care. I'll see you soon.